A frostbitten moor in northern England. Palm Sunday. Yet that's not why thousands of men now make their silent prayers. They know what is to come. Through the swirling snow, they will fight and bleed and die in one of the savagest days in the entire blood-soaked history of Britain. The year is 1461, and the Battle of Towton has begun. A team of archaeologists has spent years finding out what happened to the victims of this terrible day.
Chivalry certainly didn't exist.
A battlefield is like a multiple murder scene.
Now they're attempting to discover how King Richard III himself laid memory to the fallen.
That indicates that it's absolutely of that time.
And see what remains of the chapel he created in tribute to the men who died for the House of York in the Wars of the Roses.
We have a classic view of the storybook medieval life. We don't hear the stories about the common man trying to keep his family alive.
In our stores there are hundreds, if not thousands, of skeletons.
Archaeologically speaking, we can now focus in on the medieval dead people.
You're looking for clues in the skeleton all the time.
And you couldn't help almost look through their eyes thinking, what did they see? How did they die?
So followed a day of much slaying between the two sides. And for a long time, no one knew to which side to give the victory. So furious was the battle, and so great the killing. So wrote a contemporary 15th century chronicler. The Battle of Towton, on Palm Sunday, March the 29th, 1461, was one of the largest ever fought on English soil, and almost certainly the bloodiest. It left a scar that took generations to heal. The legend of Towton is left to us by the chroniclers. Some 60,000 men from the rival houses of York and Lancaster fought there. It was the culmination of years of dynastic conflict for the English throne, known as the Wars of the Roses. The bitter hand-to-hand fighting lasted many hours in freezing conditions until the Yorkists won a crushing victory. As night fell, 28,000 men lay dead or dying. When, almost 5 centuries later, the remains of some of the dead were discovered in the Yorkshire soil, it was clear just how terrible that day in March 1461 had been.
I think the only time I've ever imagined what it was really like in the medieval world was when I found that mass grave full of soldiers. And it was so obvious, it was so apparent how much these people had suffered, that as I was literally troweling away at these people, you just could not help but thinking, good grief, these people suffered so much. That was not a good way to die.
The victory at Towton brought Edward IV to the throne and ensured Yorkist dominance for many years, until the wheel turned once more and the dynasty was brought to an end in 1485 with the defeat of Edward's brother and successor, Richard III. Whatever else the reputation of England's most controversial monarch, it seems Richard never forgot the sacrifice so many made on the battlefield that saw his brother become king. Nothing remains on the surface now to mark the battle. The stone cross is a 20th century addition, yet Richard III himself is said to have been in no doubt as to how important Towton was to his family's cause.
It meant a lot to Richard III because his brother was made king here. Now this was the place where the Yorkist dynasty formulated all their ideas and their hopes and wishes and became the kings of England. They were the Edward IV, Richard III, and so this place was everything to them.
On becoming king, Richard immediately set about commemorating the sacrifice of the Yorkist soldiers.
Richard wanted to put this in stone. He wanted to build a memorial chapel, and in the village of Towton he did that. He raised this lovely, apparently gorgeous chapel, very sumptuous it's said.
Yet of this sumptuous chapel, it seems there's now no trace. It's one of the greatest riddles of the whole Towton story.
One of the remaining mysteries about the Battle of Towton is connected with the memorial chapel. The trouble is, we don't know where it is. For such a grand structure that meant so much to the Yorkist dynasty, how can it disappear completely? And that's one of the things we needed to find out. Where had the chapel gone to?
Archaeologist Tim Sutherland is determined to solve this centuries-old mystery. He's been linked with the story of Towton for almost 2 decades. It all began in 1996, when he was called in after developers working at Towton Hall made a grisly discovery.
We were very fortunate in Towton in that when a building was being replaced, they dug new foundations and they dug deep enough to actually uncover human remains.
The builders had discovered the last resting place of some of the Towton dead. The only mass grave from a medieval battle yet found in Britain.
These things are incredibly rare. A lot of mass graves are buried very deeply under the soil. Usually they're buried in places where they are not going to be disturbed.
There were approximately 50 skeletons in the grave, each one a snapshot of life from half a millennium ago. Time was limited. There were just 5 days in which to carry out an excavation. A team of archaeologists from the University of Bradford was called in, including Tim Sutherland.
Those skeletons really brought home what a rough life it was. You could see by the physique of the people, they were really robust people. They were very strong, and of course you had to be. They were working on the land. They were doing physical, hard manual labour a lot of the time. They were tough people compared to us. These people had been killed fighting or had been caught up in a fight, so they had evidence of extensive trauma, head wounds and wounds to the body. The weapons, the arrowheads, for example, still exist and still lie in the soil.
Working with Tim to help find these traces in the Towton soil was metal detector expert Simon Richardson.
A metal detector is a perfect tool. It's the eyes under the ground, if you like.
Simon has decades of experience in metal detecting, and he works alongside archaeologists, adding an extra layer to remote sensing surveys.
I know the archaeologists have their geophirs and the magnetometers, but the metal detector for me goes one step further. I can find minute objects, things like arrowheads, coins. I can cover a lot of ground fast, where it could take archaeologists weeks, months, even years to find the artifacts, to find things I can find with my metal detector. And then I would complement their survey once they started digging.
Simon had already spent many years developing his skill on all kinds of sites, including medieval battlefields.
If you're on a medieval site, you never quite know what's going to come up next. And it can be absolutely thrilling.
Over the years, Simon has found a wide array of artifacts from Towton, each one carefully GPS logged.
This is the sword shape. It would have gone on the end of a leather scabbard from a medieval sword. It was like almost filigree work at the top, decorative pattern, but that has been cut through with a fine-edged weapon. You see where the blade has stopped there. So this has probably been on the end of the scabbard alongside somebody's lower leg, and somebody's taken a swipe at it with a sword and actually cut the artefact through. And probably the chap's leg as well.
Many of the finds are grim reminders of what men faced on the day of the battle.
Yeah, this is what a medieval bowman would have shot in the heat of battle. So this particular arrowhead, I could say for certain, has been stuck in a body, and the body's rotted and the arrowhead's fallen out, with a large number of other ones.
From the recorded positions of the artefacts, Tim has been able to build up a detailed plot of exactly where the main contact areas were during the battle. It was the first survey of its kind in Europe, and it enabled Tim to interpret the events of that day in 1461.
It's difficult for us to imagine what a medieval battle was like. We're quite soft in the great scheme of things. We do not attack each other with big clubs or with big machete type implements. And so of course we grew up with a very safe feeling. But in the medieval period it was different. Medieval battles were relatively common, or medieval conflict was at least. So you've got the formal Lancastrian army here, lined up behind us here. We've got the formal Yorkist army lined up on that ridge. The Yorkists slowly move forward, but in line.
The battle began, with both sides unleashing thousands of arrows.
Because the wind is in the Yorkists' favour, when the Yorkists lose their arrows, they go further and actually manage to hit the Lancastrian soldiers. The Lancastrians loose their arrows, and because the wind's against them, all their arrows fall short. It's quite a major tactical achievement. If you can get your enemy to move away from their standing position, they're almost certainly going to lose. The Yorkists, they can stay put. The Lancastrians can either withdraw or they can attack. And at this point they are numerically superior, so they decide to attack. Now the Lancastrians are moving off their fixed position and have to travel down the slope into the valley bottom to meet the Yorkists. And this is where they formally engage as two armies.
The deadly stalemate continued until late in the day, Yorkist reinforcements arrived and tipped the balance against the Lancastrians, who finally broke and fled.
The whole of the landscape is just full of people fleeing off the battlefield in all directions. Some people tried to get to Tadcaster, to the river crossing. Some people just tried to make it through all the marshes, across all the rivers. From here onwards, you're getting people being hacked down in the landscape. Everything was decimated. The people were being killed, the houses were being burnt, everything was being looted.
It's possible that the men buried in the mass grave were killed during the chaos and carnage of the rout. It was in this war-ravaged landscape that Richard's new chapel once stood. It's a huge area though, and trying to find buried remnants of a single building could be difficult. Tim's been surveying this landscape for years now, so with magnetometry and geophysics, he's gradually built up a picture of what lies beneath the surface. Matching this with documentary accounts, he's found that at the time the chapel was built, Richard III also sanctified this area of the battlefield.
Some of the dead were cleared off the middle of the battlefield, again very soon after Richard became King of England. And he did that presumably to sanctify the ground, take the burials off the unconsecrated ground of the battlefield and put them here in an area we know was consecrated ground, because there was a chapel here before the Battle of Towton.
Chapel Hill seemed at first to be the right place to look, but it turned out not to be as simple as that.
So over the last 15 years we've covered this whole field in geophysical survey and excavation. Importantly, we've excavated some of these features. So the whole of the top of Chapel Hill here has been excavated. We know that this is a plain field covered in medieval field systems, and there's nothing that remains of a chapel or any structure out there. The only bit of Chapel Hill now that we haven't looked at intensively is inside the garden. Let's face it, this is the only place left where it can be. We've looked everywhere else. So if it's not here, then there's going to be no trace of it.
The area Tim's now focusing on is within the grounds of Towton Hall itself, known as Chapel Garth. It's worth a try. The hall wasn't built in 1461, but the site was in the battle area. The defeated Lancastrians almost certainly retreated through here. To help out, Tim has enlisted Helen Goodchild from the University of York. She'll carry out a ground-penetrating radar survey to try and give an idea of where to dig. It's not the first time Tim has carried out archaeology at the hall. In 2002 and 2006, more burials were found. He and Simon dug beneath the building itself to recover the skeletons.
Just like a forensic crime scene, you're trying to pick out little elements about how each person died or fought, but you're trying to do it on a massive scale where there could be hundreds or thousands of people doing exactly the same thing at the same time. It gives us an insight into the medieval mind, the medieval way of doing things, and also the way of medieval death. I think the important thing for me when we analyse, for example, a medieval skeleton is to give them something back. They have probably given everything they had for somebody else. At a moment's notice, in theory, your lord could come and say, right, excuse me, we're going to war. Drop your farm tools and off we go. And it was a rough existence for most people, actually.
Still more burials were found under the driveway at the front of the hall. Throughout the project, every skeleton was painstakingly removed and conserved by trained osteologists. Marlin Holst was there right from the start. At King's Manor, home to the University of York's Department of Archaeology, Marlin examines some of the skeletons.
When we were excavating the grave, we were trying to unpuzzle every single skeleton and work out which bones belong to which skeleton. And the only reason that was possible because every single person on that site excavating that grave was a trained skeleton expert, an osteologist.
The sheer number of skeletons in the pit made it hard to make sense of. The position of one created a misunderstanding about how the individuals may have been killed.
It appeared as if one skeleton had the arms tied behind their back. And of course that had massive implications with regards to the interpretation of this grave, because it suggested then that perhaps at least one, if not all of them, were prisoners.
The interpretation that there were prisoners executed during or after the battle is a myth that's dogged the story of the excavations. Yet careful recording of each individual bone meant this could be disproved.
This myth that had been created about this possible prisoner could be dispelled by the fact that we closely analysed the skeletons and we realised actually we'd recorded one arm twice. And one of the arms of this individual that looked as if he'd had the arms tied behind his back, one of those arms actually belonged to somebody else and had therefore been recorded twice. So that myth was completely destroyed.
Analysis showed, though, that almost every skeleton carried some evidence of violent injury, the grim reality of the medieval age of chivalry.
The general opinion was that the Battle of Towton, and probably all medieval battles, were actually quite chivalrous, and that they were very honourable and quite romantic in a way. It was quite shocking to a lot of people, the sort of gory facts that were revealed through our analysis, that this wasn't chivalrous at all. It was a really bloody battle, that people probably had that red mist effect where they couldn't exactly control what they were doing anymore. They weren't in charge exactly of what they were doing. It was just hacking around one another.
The 4 skeletons removed from beneath the dining room of Towton Hall showed the signs of a hard life spent soldiering.
Most of the individuals who we've analysed from the Battle of Towton were aged usually between sort of 18 and 45. This individual here was buried in a grave on his own. He's aged 36 to 45. What is obvious is that this person was quite fit and muscular as well.
The men who fought the Battle of Towton were mostly in the prime of life, yet their bones carry physical evidence of violent death, often from multiple injuries.
This individual has got 6 skull injuries. Some of them as minor as this superficial stab wound, but there's also, if you can see here, a triangular cross-section of a much more deep, penetrating stab wound. And then a large cut here, which you can see has entered this area. And all of these have caused fracture lines that are emanating from them. If you turn the skull around, you can see that there's another stab wound here and another cut wound here in this area. So this person had a blow to the left side of the skull, probably 3 stab wounds to the back of the skull, and 1, 2 large cuts to the back and side of the skull as well.
Some of the trauma marks are small and easily missed, but with careful analysis, it's possible for Marlin to interpret how they came about.
So there are actually 2 parallel cuts into this pelvis. We've got a little mark here on the inside of the pelvis, and if we turn this bone over, we can see that there was probably a blade or perhaps even an arrow that went into the left side of the hip and penetrated the bone.
More than one of the skeletons has unusual blade trauma to the jaw. This led again to interpretations that the men had been executed or finished off by having their throats cut.
So this individual has actually also got a cut there on the jaw in exactly the same place as the previous skeleton, but a much deeper cut that's actually come from the sort of front and the side, and then bone has splintered off upwards and downwards on the lower jaw.
It's difficult to know how exactly this came about. There were many ways to get injured in a medieval battle.
The other trauma this individual suffered is not as obvious as in the first skeleton, but he actually has just this area here which is affected, caused by a blunt instrument, and therefore just the impact through head protection.
One of the skulls carries an injury that was evident straight away as it was excavated. It's one of the most horrendous found on all the Towton skeletons.
This injury here was noted immediately on site during excavation when his skull was exposed. It's a cut that's come from above and the left-hand side of this individual, and it actually ends here, so it was probably the tip of a sword which severed this person's lip and maxillary bone here, and also his teeth. I think it must have come from the left side and above.
Marlin also found that some injuries seemed to have happened even without the impact of a weapon. These men may have led hard lives and been used to fighting, yet this didn't stop them experiencing terror in a battle like Towton.
So this person has fractured the first molar in their mouth, and this has occurred before death. And when we spoke to soldiers who would currently be fighting, they said that in the midst of battle they clenched their teeth to such a degree that it actually causes fracturing of the crowns of the teeth.
Of these 4 skeletons, 3 had been buried together in a triple grave. It seems possible that brothers, sons, fathers or cousins may have faced battle together that day in the snow.
These 2 individuals who are on this table and this individual here were together buried in a triple grave. And it's quite interesting that these all 3 have got a minor genetic trait in common, and that's a little anomaly in the spine. The fact that these are all very, very similar could potentially suggest that they were related.
Back at the hall, the remote survey around Chapel Garth is complete. The hunt for the chapel is proving more difficult than even Tim imagined.
The geophysical survey doesn't show anything that looks like buildings on this part of the hill.
There's one last place he wants to look. The radar survey showed up a small anomaly under the garden at the front of the hall. Now, with all the other options exhausted, he tries one last throw of the dice.
The only place it can be is very close to the Towton Hall, the present building. And so by carrying out the survey in the very close proximity to the hall, hopefully we'll find some evidence.
The survey data shows what might be building remains, but they might also just be old flower beds. The only way to find out is to dig. Simon joins up again with Tim to help. They're working right by where some of the skeletons were found.
Yeah, I worked on the battlefield for 35 years. Mostly metal detecting work, but I've done a few surveys with Tim where we've dug test pits and done some magnetometer surveys. But it's just an area I love.
It's not long before Simon begins finding rubble, which indicates building work at some stage in the hall's past. It looks like old features were removed and buried here, under what's now the front lawn.
Everywhere we've dug, there is like a lens of this rubble material that's been spread over the whole site. If you imagine a modern building site, what they do is they come in, they dig the foundation trenches, and anything that's around that they dig through to make the foundation trenches just gets spread around on the surface. And then what they do is they put the modern building inside the foundation trench, they level it all off, and then they come around and cover it all in topsoil so it looks pretty. So one of the demolition layers gets spread around the whole of the area of Towton Hall, and that includes some of the moulded plasterwork from some of the ornate rooms inside the hall, and then you'll get some stonework where they've knocked through walls or demolished walls and then rebuilt them. And so you should get a bit of everything really.
So far, most of this seems to be either very early or 17th century, much later than a building of Richard III's time.
Tim, have you got 1 minute please to have a look at this? Look at this. Got a really fine limestone block there. You see the tool marks on it, look.
Yeah, that's nice.
That's got 45 degrees and it's got a chamfered edge on there, look. See the chamfer?
Yeah.
That's really fine limestone.
So this is more of the stuff we're looking for.
Yeah.
The fact that it's squared off and it's been tooled. It's more of the quality we're looking for.
Earlier,
but that looks very
We've got
good.
another block there as well, look.
That looks nice. Yeah.
That's really fine, is that? Like
It's
it could
not
just
been
be a
finished,
win.
has it? It's not been polished. They've still got the tooling marks going across there. So a chisel just goes like this, and then they polish it until it gets like that. So it's nice and smooth, and they've taken all the tooling marks off. So we're getting some real good, different type of quality building material again.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe the edge of a windowsill.
But that's without a doubt a nice piece of tooled corner there. Excellent. Oh God, he's still going down. Yeah.
The stone fragments are the first real clues they've found. Evidence of what looks like a medieval building somewhere here. But with no foundations or walls still in situ, it's difficult to be sure. Could they be from Richard III's chapel?
Where is Richard III's chapel? It's a very good point, because it's somewhere tantalisingly close to this site. It's so close you can almost smell it, because it's nowhere else. We've looked on top of the chapel hill, we've looked north and south, we've put test pits in, we've done geophysical survey. This is the only location where there are medieval buildings.
The finds encouraged him to begin working out what form Richard's chapel might have taken. No illustrations or plans exist, so to get an idea of what a 15th century medieval chapel built by a king might have looked like, Tim heads to Warwick. Richard Beauchamp, 13th Earl of Warwick, was one of the most powerful noblemen in England in the 15th century. After his death, the family memorialised him by building an entirely new chapel here in the Collegiate Church of St Mary's. It's one of the most opulent chapels still surviving from the time of the Wars of the Roses.
This was built just before the Battle of Towton, and it's built over the period that encompassed the Battle of Towton. But one thing we don't know about the chapel at Towton is how big it was. Was it on this scale, or was it significantly small, or was it half as small or a quarter as small? Was it more of a little private chapel? So on one scale we've got this very large expansive building, which is the Chantry Chapel, but next to it, and built on the side of it, we've got what's known as the Dean's Chapel. And this is on the other scale, and this is all you really need to say prayers for the dead. The quality screams at you, in which case we need to consider how this fits in with our story at Towton, because obviously we've got what is essentially a royal chapel, where Richard III commissioned the chapel at Towton. Are we expecting something along the size and scale of this here? And it's almost inconceivable that something like this could disappear and nobody would ever see it again. So is it considerably smaller? We've got a very small private chapel attached to the Beauchamp Chapel here, which is basically enough room for a priest to say prayers, which is all you really needed if you are saying prayers for the dead continually, which is what a chantry chapel is supposed to be all about. So we're somewhere between the two. We've probably got quite a largish chapel somewhere at Towton that's disappeared. But it's somewhere between this grand building and the little private chantry chapel there.
To try to narrow it down between the two, Tim needs some expert advice. At King's Manor, Anthony Massington checks out the finds. He's a buildings archaeologist and specialises in the techniques and styles used in medieval stonemasonry. There were buildings at Towton earlier than the battle in 1461, and much later from the 17th century on. Richard III's prestigious chapel is known to have been started during his 2-year reign, from 1483 to 85. So Tim needs to date the stones to roughly the end of the 15th century.
So are we talking post-medieval, sort of Jacobean, early Jacobean, or are we talking about a medieval, late medieval period? Yeah. And then we need sort of status. How good is the quality of this? Is it top quality, medium, or pretty poor? So what do you reckon to that?
Straight away, Anthony identifies the fragments.
What is it for a start?
That's the jamb of a window.
So it's the Vertical
So it should
right
be-
on the side.
Yeah, so it should be like...
Should be that way. And I presume this is a glazing bar.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's the glazing groove.
The jamb is the stone frame of the window. The glazing bars supported the leaded stained glass panels. It looks in keeping with a church, but one grand enough to have been built by a king?
It's not peasant stuff.
No.
This is
It's quite
really
good.
high status.
It's high status.
Yeah,
Oh,
this
good.
is very fine. I mean, it's finished really in a nice way, and yeah, you wouldn't get this except in a high status building.
Excellent. And is it right?
High status fits with the kind of sumptuous chapel Richard III may have built, but can it be dated to the right period?
And this sort of chamfer style is current from the end of the 13th century all the way to the mid-16th. It's a really broad range.
Tim needs to narrow it down. Maybe some of the other pieces can help.
That's good news.
Yeah,
So that
yeah.
would tie that in theory. Let's go on to one of the other major ones. So, for example, this one.
This is a mullion in a window. So this is the stone bit that goes straight up and down.
The central parts, or
Yep.
one of the central parts.
Exactly. So you have a big opening for a window, and then that's divided up by stone bits into individual lights in a window.
In the medieval period, stained glass panels were usually fairly narrow, because otherwise the soft leading would bow under the weight. Mullions strengthened the windows and divided the glass.
I mean, you've got glass here and glass here, but we don't know if you had another one over here and over here to make it a really wide window. We can't tell from this one piece. Yeah. So the molding profile here is this diamond pattern, and that diamond pattern is most common in the 15th century. Again, this pattern does sort of appear in the 13th and the 14th, but really its heyday is the 15th century. So that is a very
And
good
the
sign.
quality of this is good?
It's beautiful quality.
Excellent.
It's
Oh,
fine
right.
quality. It's really finished off well. So it's not particularly fancy in terms of its ornamentation of its
Right.
molding profile, but when they finished it very nicely.
So they're all high quality. It's not just any old stonework that's been
No.
thrown up into a building. This is good stuff.
No, this is very
Excellent.
good stuff, yeah.
The fragments seem to fit with a building of the chapel status,
But one thing you can say about
and Anthony can detect more clues from their condition.
I presume is lime mortar.
Chris, I mean, this is as nice as the day it came off the sort of, the day the mason finished with it.
Yes.
And then they put this nice, lovely, very thin skim on so that it could either be just stand there and be white to be very nice, or be painted. So this is the side that's being presented to people inside.
Right.
Whereas if you look on this side,
That's interesting then. That's definitely rougher, isn't it?
this
I
is
mean,
much rougher. This has been sitting outside for a little while.
If this is Richard's chapel, then this was built in 1483, 1484.
There's much evidence here that indicates that it's absolutely of that time.
The evidence points to the right date. Now can they back this up with anything about the shape or style of the window?
I would initially have said this is a corner of a window sill, and this is the inside. You can't tell if this is necessarily a head or a sill. Without finding a piece of stonework that has a slight curve to it, you're not going to be able to
Well,
tell.
that's where I might be able to help you,
size of your
because
window.
there is this one, I mean, we're talking about very, very slight
Tiny
curving.
curve.
That's the only bit of curve that I
Let's take a
can
look at
find
that.
anywhere in any of this.
No, my initial feeling on this one is that that's been cut that way. That's
Right.
tooled
Oh.
off. Because I think I'm seeing a little bit of tooling, and then we can
Right,
tell
but
you
that may
what came
be
from.
a part of the upper framework of a
Yeah.
curved
Yeah,
window.
yeah, it's so
Right.
nicely finished here that I'm pretty sure that's intentional.
The fragment seems to hint at arches, though just how tall or wide the whole window was can't be judged without more evidence. But there's one more thing Anthony can tell.
These fragments aren't reused.
So this is primary rubble.
This is primary, and it's not been reused.
Primary 15th century stonework, not broken up for walls or infill, nor as weathered as might be expected if it had stood for hundreds of years in the elements. Tim begins to suspect what might have happened to the chapel.
I'm pretty certain that this ties into a period of the hall when it was renovated in the 19th century. Now this is the tricky bit, because this suggests that somewhere there was an upstanding chapel that was renovated and knocked down in the 19th century. We don't have that, so we've got a problem there. Unless, of course, we're talking about a building that just got buried within another building. Is that possible?
Those sorts of buildings are really ephemeral and they get repurposed, and then once they get repurposed, fragments of them can hang around for centuries, and bits of them will come out as a building gets renovated. So it's entirely possible that somewhere in the core of the present building, you've got the chapel.
Towton Hall first appeared sometime in the 17th century. Then it was changed and expanded over the years into its current form. If it were built over a chapel, you'd expect it to follow the normal church alignment east-west. Yet that isn't the case here.
The other problem that I've got is the orientation of the present hall is distinctly north-south.
Again, what frequently happens is that when a building is repurposed after the sort of Reformation period, their focus literally gets shifted around. So if you've got a chapel, then frequently what will happen is that the building will start to sort of grow off of that east-west, north-south. And then if you happen to sort of leave a little bit sticking out, it's very common that in renovation they'll just lop that off and suddenly turn an east-west building into a north-south building.
If the chapel somehow survived, still standing within the footprint of what's now Towton Hall, then where is it? Tim goes back to the evidence of the mass graves and the other burials around the hall. Maybe they can help him find the chapel.
If I didn't know the sort of when those burials were from, I would say that those burials are younger than the house.
Yes.
Because they're in alignment with the house.
Yes.
Now the burials would have been put in alignment with any sort of chapel that would be on this site. I've never seen a building follow a burials alignment, a skeleton's alignment, but I've seen lots of buildings following the alignment of an older building that they're building on top of. The three things that leapt out at me when I looked at this plan. The first thing is that the house respects the alignment of the burials.
Yes.
And that means I think the house's alignment is preserving the memory of whatever building was formerly on this site, which is common. I mean, that happens when they convert these spaces. I would put the chapel in this region.
In the central block.
In the central block, yeah, in the central block. And like you said, I mean, either the house is built and it butts up, the earliest house is built and it butts up against the chapel, so you may have a west wall of a chapel here, or the house just encased the earlier chapel. Or, I mean,
Anthony's interpretation fits with Tim's research. After the battle, the landscape was sanctified. Many of the dead, hundreds, perhaps thousands, were recovered from the fields around Towton. With due care, they were reburied in the consecrated ground of Richard III's chapel. As the centuries passed, Towton Hall grew around it until the chapel itself was gradually hidden within.
It's not on Chapel Hill, it's not in the gardens, it's not around the hall, it's actually partially inside the hall, and therefore the evidence we've been looking for is actually inside all the data that we already had, all the,
yes.
the whole buildings. So for the last 15 years we've been looking for something and it's been there in the one location where there is still a standing structure.
Yeah.
So this answers one of the main questions about where Towton Chapel went to. The fact is, it didn't go anywhere.
It's still there.
Still there, still inside the hall.
Yeah.
That is unbelievable. So that's 15 years of work.
You've learned a lot about the context, though.
Exactly. So now we know the landscape it's in, and this is, at the moment, the summation of all this evidence. So it really does tie into the fact that it's Richard's Chapel is now possibly still existing to a small or greater degree in and around Towton Hall.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
You're
That's
very
been
welcome.
absolutely fantastic.
The years of careful detective work have paid off. It seems likely now that Richard III's chapel, so long lost to history, may have been there all the time.
I've been looking for the chapel for so long. It was one of the primary objectives of starting the whole of this project off. It was the story that motivated a lot of people. This was the missing chapel of Richard III. in all the places where we've looked, this was probably the last place we'd actually consider finding it. It's actually structurally standing still there, inside another building.
More than 5.5 centuries later, the memory of Towton lingers in the Yorkshire fields, and in their many thousands, lost within sight of York's great minster, the dead still lie.
July the 27th, 1361, on the Isle of Gotland. Before the fortified walls of a great city, a militia awaits an invading enemy. They're all that lies between survival or destruction at the hands of a ruthless foe, professional soldiers and hired mercenaries. Who were these people, and what made them fight and die together? More than 600 years later, an international group of archaeologists is attempting to find out more. They'll investigate some of the finds from the largest mass grave from a medieval battle ever found.
If you win or lose a battle, it's a momentous occasion for either the victors or the losers.
They'll try to shed light on the men who wore this armour and fought this battle.
Well, that's a foot that's been cut off.
That is incredible.
How they made their last stand and paid the ultimate sacrifice. The medieval world, the 5th to the 15th century. A team of archaeologists investigates medieval life by exploring the world of the medieval dead.
We have a classic view of the storybook medieval life. We don't hear the stories about the common man trying to keep his family alive.
In our stores there are hundreds, if not thousands, of skeletons.
Archaeologically speaking, we can now focus in on the medieval dead people.
You're looking for clues in the skeleton all the time.
And you couldn't help almost look through their eyes thinking, what did they see? How did they die?
Houses have been put to the torch, grieving people stricken by the sword. Like a dog, he harries with a sword, and Gotland is conquered by the Danes. The words of inscriptions found hidden in churches and monasteries of Gotland from 1361. Bitter words by a beaten people. The Swedish Isle of Gotland in the Baltic Sea has been free of war for 200 years. Yet in the centuries before, its history was anything but bloodless. In the Middle Ages, Gotland was the richest city in the Baltic. It was a hub for seafaring trade and commerce dating back to Viking times. There are more hoards of coins and treasure found here than anywhere else. The middle years of the 1300s were a golden age for Gotland, most of all for its glittering capital, Visby. No wonder then that this rich island drew envious eyes from across the Baltic. 1361 proved a pivotal year for Visby and the Gotlanders.
As archaeologists, we're really interested in these periods of transition, and there is nothing that displays one of these transitions better than a battle or a conflict, because usually there is an outcome that's very decisive, and that period of transition is not large scale. It can be down to hours, minutes, days or whatever, but it's certainly not years.
And if you find the mass grave of a people who were killed during that conflict, that's perfect, because that is the moment when the transition took place. So you can find out what happened before, what happened afterwards, and this is the point where it took off. And this is just a catalyst on this island. And because it's an island, it's a very small, insular sort of activity, but it has repercussions across the whole of the Baltic, basically.
The events of 1361 in Gotland captivate medieval historians and archaeologists. The story comes to us from different sources. Few Gotlanders were left alive to tell the tale. King Valdemar IV of Denmark invaded the island with a large army of Danish and German mercenary troops. The Gotlanders, without a standing army, formed a militia to try and stop them, but they were pushed back to Visby. It was not an even contest, yet the militia stood their ground. The Gotlanders were annihilated by the professional Danish and German soldiers. The island was stripped of its riches and never again flourished as it had done in past centuries. It was the end of the Golden Age. The story might have remained nearly forgotten in the history books, were it not for a chance discovery more than 5.5 centuries later. In 1905, a large grave was discovered outside the old town of Visby, traditionally the site of the Gotlanders' last stand, commemorated by a great stone cross. In the grave were hundreds of skeletons. In 1928, 3 more pits were found, with hundreds more. The Visby mass graves were a worldwide sensation, among the most important finds ever made in medieval archaeology. The finds were extraordinary, more than 1,100 complete skeletons.
I think Visby, you could quite easily say it's unique. It's an assemblage of human remains that were discovered in the early 20th century of people that died during battle. It's mind-blowing really in terms of the evidence you can acquire from a grave such as that. I can't think of another example where people were buried in their armour. Finding the people that died in battle in mass graves with their arms and armour is phenomenally rare. In fact, it's virtually unique. When I first came across this assemblage and I first heard about the Battle of Visby, I thought that obviously it's just another battlefield mass grave. And so when I first saw the information that was compiled in the early 20th century, and there were plates of armour on the skeleton itself, and you think, this is unbelievable. It's so unusual, and the mind races to try to work out so many questions. Why were they buried like this? What sort of armour was it? How effective was it? What were the people like? But as an assemblage, it's so important, and it really makes your mind race, and it builds up a picture of what presumably happened on that day.
The events of 1361 caused a deep scar that took generations to heal. Even now, it casts a shadow down the centuries. This is why historians and researchers, today more than 80 years after the last excavations, are compelled to revisit the story. Tim Sutherland has come to Gotland to add what he can to the ongoing research into the events of 1361. He's a specialist in medieval archaeology, particularly battlefield archaeology. In 1996, he excavated the mass grave from the medieval Battle of Towton in northern England. Now he's hoping to put that experience to use here. The grave site is a few hundred metres from the walls of Visby. The battlefield itself has long since been destroyed by modern development. But it's likely this area was chosen as a burial place because there was a monastery here at the time of the battle, and it would have been close enough to drag or carry large numbers of dead. He'll carry out a survey of the site where the mass graves were excavated to establish exactly where the pits were. They haven't been touched since they were backfilled after the original excavations.
The The good thing about this area is it contains the monuments, not only the medieval monument of the stone cross, but we've got a modern monument of the wooden cross which stands in the centre of the church. The graves are under the pavement, they're under the road, they're under the grass, they're even under this garden and the house next to us. And so the interesting thing is, how much of any part of this can we see?
We've already got the grid laid out. I'm just going to extend it by 1 metre, maybe 2 metres, run some lines just up there, and then we can just get going.
Working with Tim is Dr. Helen Goodchild of the University of York. She's a specialist in remote sensing, including ground-penetrating radar. The radar may be able to show the graves, although there's no way of knowing just how much the site has been disturbed over the past 80 years.
We can survey through the pavement and hopefully get evidence of the mass graves. Then we want to just move slowly across the grass, getting more data as we move towards the cross. Hopefully we'll see evidence of at least 1 or 2 of these graves. But that's the challenge here. Can we see any evidence of the archaeological remains that exist here from the Battle of Visby?
Back in 1928, Swedish archaeologist Bengt Tordeman began his own survey by looking for the area that had been excavated in 1905. He not only found this, but also 3 more mass graves. The dig had to expand to an unprecedented scale to recover all the material. Yet after almost a year, there was still one entire grave left unexcavated. This grave, grave 4, is believed to be at the edge of the site, still down there, untouched.
The reason they stopped excavating is that they just had too many bodies. They had 3 existing graves which were all full, some of which had chainmail, coifs, gauntlets, shirts, and there were even some plate armour in there as well. And so by the time they'd excavated 1, 2, 3 graves, they came across grave 4 and they thought, there's no need to excavate this. And so luckily for us, they left it in place.
What seemed as though it would be a straightforward survey hasn't been as easy as they thought. All under the field are the buried ruins of the old monastery.
It started out quite traumatic in that there are big thorn bushes in the way. There are lots and lots of undulations in the ground. We thought it was a very flat, green piece of grass, and it's covered in lumps, bumps, and also stone walls. So the radar was bouncing up all over them. So although it was very hard work, and we've only covered a relatively small area, the results seem to be really good.
The experience has left him with a strong respect for the archaeologists who surveyed this site more than 80 years ago.
You can't help but admire the people in the past because they had very basic equipment, theodolites, tape measures, and a spade and a trowel, and yet they came up with so much quality data, and we should look back at these people with reverence and say, actually, they were very, very good at what they did. And we can learn a lot from them because they accumulated very good data, but at a very basic level. And we now follow in their footsteps and say, can we improve on what they've done? And sometimes it's quite difficult, actually, because it's just such good work that they've done.
They plot the results and see if any of the archaeology can be seen.
Now, although this is still grass and house and gardens, we can see what they found. So we can use this to interpret our data.
As Tim had feared, there's a lot of modern interference.
The problem is we've got several hundred years of archaeology, including very, very modern features.
When they strip this away, they can see the medieval archaeology.
So we've got where the graves were, where the railings were, where the cross still is, and all the water pipes and anything else they encountered. So anything that's shaded there is where they've excavated. Now, although this is still grass and house and gardens, we can see what they found.
The empty pits left after Tordeman excavated them show up clearly.
Grave 1, right in the road. Grave 2, half in the road. Grave 3, almost under part of the railings. One grave would have been dug first.
And they've successfully verified Grave 4, completely unexcavated, under the pavement.
and then grave 4. This is the one that was never fully excavated. It still exists in its primary form about a metre below the surface.
Then Tim sees something else they weren't expecting.
So we've got this strange anomaly there, which we think may be something like a pit. The good news is nobody's excavated there.
It doesn't look like modern interference. Could it be from 1361?
That's interesting. That looks more archaeological. It looks like an archaeological pit.
Grave 4 alone might contain many more skeletons and armour. And now Tim and Helen's survey has found another possible grave to be investigated. Future excavations will benefit from Tim and Helen's work. On July the 22nd, 1361, Valdemar's invasion force landed some 15 miles to the south of Visby, at Vastegarn, where the bay forms a natural harbour. Then they headed north. The Gotland militia fought at least one battle to try and head off the invaders, but they were beaten back. The militia fell back to the only fortified town on the island, Visby. Yet the great gates were closed to them. The Visbians would not allow them inside the city wall. Despite their protests, they were left to take their chances and face the invaders, their backs to the wall. The scene was set for their brave but ill-fated last stand at Visby. The Visby defences were strong enough to hold out. Why did they not let the Gotlanders in? The ring wall is a symbol of the city. Today it's protected as Visby is a World Heritage Site. But in 1361, for the militia outside the gates, the ring wall meant the difference between life and death.
Gotland was in the middle of the Baltic, which made it very rich, because you can trade from the east to the west and from the west to the east. And the Gotlandic people were good traders.
Visby was one of the trading hotspots of the Baltic, with waterfront warehouses, whitewashed buildings, and a safe harbour.
It was a stone town, a medieval Manhattan, with high white buildings. And you have lots of churches inside the Visby, and you have this ring wall. It must just be astonishing to come to Visby.
These were prosperous times. People of many different nationalities came here, drawn by a city built for trading.
Visby was very cosmopolitan, and it was an international town with many different people here. There were Germans, there were Russians, there were Englishmen, and there were Gotlanders trading side by side in the town.
So when the invasion came, why didn't they open up to the Gotlanders?
We think that the Gotlandic people wanted help from Visby, but Visby town decided to negotiate instead. And maybe that's why they don't open the gates to let the Gotlandic people in. Maybe they were afraid to get an army into their town. So then they let the peasants die just outside the wall.
The Great Ring Wall was not just built for defence against overseas invaders. There was tension between the Gotlandic farmers and the Visby officials who controlled trade on the island.
The wall was built to get the farmers to pay to get into the trading in Visby, because the people in Visby wanted to have their trading centre for themselves and make them their own money.
A city wall to force the indigenous farmers to pay to enter and sell their goods at market. Such was the schism that existed between the islanders and the Visbian merchants.
Why did they choose to fight this day? They must have known that they should be killed, probably all of them. Just staying there with a wall behind you and a well-trained mercenary army just coming towards you. that makes no sense, that they still wanted to fight this army, and they did.
In late spring 1361, the Gotlanders received warning that an invasion was imminent. They had to work fast. With no formal army, they had just weeks to raise the militia, to train, and to armour up. The Danish army inflicted a terrible defeat on the Gotlanders, yet little is known about exactly what happened during the final battle. Yet thanks to the excavations, there is physical evidence for what happened. Visby is unique in archaeology because many of the Gotlanders went to the grave still wearing the armour that they'd fought and died in. It's this armour that Karen Watts of Britain's Royal Armouries has come to see. It's here in Stockholm that most of the armour is stored. Karen has spent her entire career studying European arms and armour. And again, as with Tim, Visby is one of the reasons she became passionate about the subject.
This is the best armour I've ever seen. It's just wonderful.
The most iconic items among the Visby collection are the body armours. Any kind of armour from this time in the Middle Ages is extremely rare. Here, though, there's a whole range of armours, all worn in battle together, then buried at the same time. It's an unparalleled insight into how medieval soldiers faced battle.
It's the only armour excavated from a battle anywhere in the world, ever.
The types of armours are known as coat of plates and lamella. They're made up of individually forged pieces of iron, riveted or wired together as part of a leather or textile harness. With several complete armours together, it's possible for Karen to see how each was tailored to suit individual combatants.
I can't believe the size. Look, it's for a boy. These actually, I have never realised that they're different sizes.
Thomas Neyman is a serving Swedish army officer. He studied all the 1361 armours, painstakingly reconstructed here after they were recovered from the mass graves. Tordeman identified a number of types at different stages of development.
Is it 4 different types of armors?
Yeah.
So you can see it evolving in this different material.
Absolutely.
From these pits. If you look up here, what we see here is different layers of textile that's been metallized. So now it's metal.
Oh, yes, I see.
And what I counted to so far is 3 layers. But it could be more, but we have to do more research.
The most common armours are the coat of plates type, a kind of medieval flak jacket.
All of these armours are purely functional. They are fighting military equipment with no adornment or ornamentation. Except for this one, because this one has got brass plaques. It's there as a purely an example of heraldic display. And have you identified to whom this belongs?
That's one of the interesting things. It's a lot of theories on what it could be.
Yeah.
One of the theories is that it could be a family down in Flandern. Gorda, but we actually don't know, because it could be, because it's one person missing from that family.
Some of the skeletons had the remains of male armour still on them, such as these hoods or coifs. It's rare enough to find single male links from most medieval battle sites, so entire shirts and coifs like these are extremely unusual. One of the key mysteries surrounding the burials is why so much armour was left on the bodies and not first stripped. Various explanations have been put forward, such as the hot weather at the time of the battle, the risk of disease, or just that there were too many bodies to bury and too few left alive to do the job.
In the first mass grave, you can see how they've been neatly buried side by side. but in the end they are just thrown into the pit with everything, and you even find coins and knives and quite valuable items as well. So they have been in a hurry for their last days. It must have been a horrible experience to get all those bodies into the pits.
Why on earth would you bury these people with all this very, very expensive equipment with them? And there are all sorts of potential answers. One of the answers is that basically there was no time to strip them, which is a bit vague, down to the extreme possibility that you couldn't actually get the armour off them. If it's the heat of the day, all the bodies have been left for a few days in an intense heat, and they all start bloating, you wouldn't be able to get the chain mail off them. It's as simple as that. And so you would probably have to start butchering the bodies to get the mail off them and the armour. In which case, are they prepared to do this? The bodies are hot, stinking and festered, and of course you might think it's not that valuable, and so you bury it. The good news about burying somebody in their armour in a place that's marked by a large cross is that you can come back in 5 years, 1 year or whatever, and you can come and take them off skeletons rather than off fleshed bodies. And so that's the one thing that makes more sense, is that they were going to come back for these bodies, and they never did.
Metal was an expensive commodity. But what if the armour was obsolete? Could that be why they left it and didn't come back?
An armour was very valuable, so we think that they put the armours in the mass graves because it was hot, you had to get rid of it quite fast, but also that the equipment was old. Some of the armours, the plate armours, are still modern at this time, but some of them are more Viking style, and then it's really old.
Another reason might be that access to the burials may have been restricted by the conquerors.
This also suggests that they possibly weren't allowed to. They weren't allowed to strip the dead, and it was only the victors that were allowed access to all this. And now if they had enough equipment and they didn't particularly want to bother themselves by stripping all the dead, they might not have allowed anybody else to do it. Remember, this is armour and there were weapons, and so it could be that they wanted to hide the armour anyway to stop the Gotlanders getting access to it. So what better way than burying it? And it's a way of getting rid of a potential problem in the future.
The coat of plates and lamellar armours were transitional systems. By 1361, these were being superseded by more sophisticated full plate armour for most professional men-at-arms, like the Danish and German mercenaries the Gotlanders were up against.
Because everybody thinks these things are amazingly archaic and old-fashioned, but they're leading towards what is going to be the solid breastplate.
Exactly.
And people who are having to wear body protection need something that is flexible, something that you can run in, something that you can move in. But a rigid body protection is an advantage over mail. Mail is flexible, it's very good, it protects you against sword cuts, but it doesn't protect you from heavy percussive blows if you're hit with a heavy blunt instrument. They know that mail is good because it's very flexible, but they want plate. And they spend 150 years trying to evolve plate. This is a massive technological improvement when you can shape large plates.
The Visby collection is very important. It's almost the missing link in the evolution of European medieval armour.
In terms of technology, in terms of whoever designed this one is on the right track. This is the one that is going to evolve into the final armour. All of these are showing invention, are showing the desire to find the perfect armour.
The well-equipped Danish men-at-arms and professional German mercenaries of Valdemar's army probably took anything of value left over after the battle, especially items that were easily removed, like helmets, of which none has ever been found at Visby.
So weapons and helmets are taken care of. And they are quite easy to take off, and you can also reuse the material. The iron itself, it's good even if the helmet is old or damaged. I think it was old and it was messy. sitting to those skulls that were smashed into pieces.
But what of the remains of the Gotlanders themselves? What evidence still lies in their bones? Malin Holst is an osteoarchaeologist, a specialist in skeletal remains. She's come to Stockholm to see for herself a selection of some of the bones from Visby. She wants to find out more about the collection, how the bones were classified and conserved.
I don't normally approach the medieval period as a touchy-feely romantic thing. I just try to be scientific about it and try to see what's there and take what's there as fact and then interpret from there. When I do analyse medieval skeletons, I do see their daily lives from their bones and also from the context they were found in. And in the medieval period, you don't normally have grave goods, but you might see markers on their bones that suggest certain activities or fractures of certain bones or particular wear on the teeth that give a clue about their daily lives.
Malin's osteological work has involved in-depth study of the only other mass grave from a medieval battlefield, at Towton, with around 100 skeletons. Here in the stores at Stockholm's Historical Museum, there are more than 10 times the number of skeletons recovered from Towton.
We visually analyse the skeleton, so we determine the age, the sex, the living height, and any diseases the person suffered from or any injuries they suffered from. It's usually not possible to tell the cause of death. Osteoarchaeology works very much together with archaeology, and it's very, very important for us to work together and communicate with each other, because if I just study a skeleton, it only tells me a limited amount of information. But if I then put it into the archaeological context and see what the grave was like, what the site was like, what the general areas like that the individual came from, then I understand much, much more about the individual.
The excavations were very meticulous for the time to take care of all the skeletons, because they had a great interest in the military history, and all the cuts on the bones were very interesting to them.
Right.
But we have another interest in the bones because we want to learn more about the people.
Yeah.
Osteology was a relatively new science. Peter Ackerson has studied the skeletons for much of his professional life, probably more than anyone else. He's looked at the ways in which techniques of analysis in the 1930s differed from current 21st century osteology. Due to the sheer amount of material, little work has been done on them since they were excavated the best part of a century ago. Since then, methods and attitudes, not to mention technology, have changed.
Well, this is also an example of how the skeletons have become mixed.
Yeah.
So this is a box with crania and tibia and one femur.
The bones were not kept together in their individual skeletons. Archaeological methods were different in Toordeman's time. The site was gridded and excavated strictly square by square.
If there were bones from one skeleton, they marked them so they could see each skeleton.
Today, the accepted method is to excavate each individual skeleton completely, one at a time, keeping all the bones together in context. What isn't of use to contemporary means of analysis might still be useful in the future if the whole skeleton is stored together.
In some cases, you have all the thigh bones in boxes in one box and the other bones in other boxes. So our work was a bit tedious trying to figure out which pieces belong to which skeleton.
The sheer number of skeletons makes it very time-consuming to conserve them. Petter and other osteologists have spent many hours placing back together the Visby skeletons. Some haven't been looked at since they were packed away for storage. Yet it gives a unique cross-section of the types of wounds sustained in a medieval battle. Almost every skeleton has some evidence of trauma. Tordemann's analysis was the first step towards revealing more about the individuals in the mass graves. His work paved the way for modern osteology. The evidence is in the bones.
To be able to give them something back, hopefully, we'll probably never be able to give them their name back, but what you could say is, right, this person was of a certain height, of a certain stature, of a certain robusticity, and they looked like they did some honest, hard grafting, and they suffered in life like they had a broken limb or a broken finger, and you can see all this on the skeletal remains.
All these skeletons that now remain of these people, they need to tell their story, and I try to be their voice.
To be able to see them through their eyes and say, right, fair enough, this is how they lived their life, until eventually one day they died for whatever reason, whether it was young or old, whether it was alone or whether it was with family and friends. You could have died in a battle and you would have been tossed into a mass grave with very large amounts of people, completely anonymously, and that's where they stayed. And to be able to see their life almost through their eyes, I think is very important. Because I've been told by soldiers serving today that one of their dreads is to die anonymously, unknown, and then be buried with nobody knowing where they are, who they were, and what it's all about, how they died. And so to a certain degree, archaeologists can help an individual from a long time ago have some sort of saying, in the future. This is who I was, this is what I did, this is how I lived my life, and potentially this is how I died.
It's always difficult to say in a battle situation where do the injuries hit the body. I mean, it's in the turmoil of the battle you can get a blow from any part, from any distance, and you don't really know. They had no chance because the invaders were so much better at fighting and more experienced.
The most common wounds are from bladed weapons, most likely swords. As he worked his way through hundreds of skeletons, Petter found blade trauma on many of them.
And you often see this just multiple cuts on each bone. And just this one is interesting as well, since it's from not an adult actually.
No, it's just fusing.
Yeah,
so it's,
yeah.
Yes.
How old would you say? 17, 18?
Yes.
So,
yeah. That's very interesting. And it's also the inside of the shin. So, why do you think there were so many cut marks on a shin bone? Were they on a horse, maybe, or?
No, I think these were the Gotlandic peasants, and the Danish army knew that probably the people they were about to kill didn't have that much protection on their legs.
Oh, right.
So they just aimed low
right.
and cut and cut and cut.
To disable them.
Yeah, exactly.
But there must be about 6 cuts on here.
And we often see that 5, 6, 7 cuts.
Really?
Yeah.
And are they generally concentrated on the legs, all on the lower legs, or?
Mostly on the lower legs, but there also are some wounds on the thigh bones. But then we see that it's on the lower part of them.
What is this? Is this a cut mark to
Yes. Well, that's a foot that's been cut off.
That is incredible.
So it's the lower legs, the bones of the lower leg here.
Yes.
That have been cut off.
And they've literally been sliced in half.
Yes. And there are many examples of feet being chopped off.
Yes.
And sometimes both feet with just one blow.
That's incredible. So the Danish army must have had very good weapons. Very sharp.
And the right technique.
Yes.
It seems that it was a deliberate strategy to chop off, chop at the legs actually.
Yes. So here we have a cut.
Yes, and here you can see that there's almost like markings that you can see that the sword or whatever weapon was used was dented.
Oh, right.
So that you see these lines.
Yes. So you think that's due to a damaged sword?
Yes, I think so. Otherwise, when you see the cuts, they're always really, really clean and smooth. Yeah.
Yeah.
But this one has this like a pattern.
Again, it's another injury down here, isn't it? And the bone was cut down, and then the rest broke off. The end bit. So the whole leg was cut in half.
Petter has found that many of the Gotlanders suffered injuries like this.
More than a third of the shin bones have cut marks on them, and not only one cut on many of them. The Danish army have hit the Gotlandic farmers many times on the lower parts of their legs.
Why were these injuries so frequent? Thomas helps them investigate.
Almost all the cuts are to the lower legs, and they're so low down. So how would you deliver that sort of blow?
Yeah, now I'm not going to be too vivid, of course. With the range of the sword, you can easily hit the lower part of the bone.
Without bending down?
Yeah.
But while you're doing that, you might be getting attacked by Petter's sword.
Yeah.
So you're making yourself more vulnerable.
Yeah, exactly, and therefore you have a shield. If you don't have a shield, just hold him and then cut to the lower bone.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
But you need to be pretty brave to do
Yeah, sure.
that. And also experienced.
Yeah, but if you have training, for example, if you're a farmer, perhaps you don't have a sword, you have a spear.
Yeah,
then you can take hold of the spear and hold it, and then make the cut.
Oh, right.
And then it's no worries for you.
And Petter was saying that sometimes both legs were cut as if in one blow. Is that possible with the
Yes,
sword?
it's possible. I think so. Not because I have done it, but it's so sharp, so I think so. To make a cut like that, you don't need that much force.
But there's some like this one here. This is the foot.
Yeah.
So where the leg has been cut through from the inside.
Yeah, exactly.
And the whole heel. And there are lots of muscles here.
Yeah, and it has sort of glanced during the blow as well.
Yeah.
And that I think is pretty natural when you do the cut, because see, without cutting Petter here, when you come from above and make the cut, when the length of the arm stops, it bends easier. Yeah. So it could be natural in the cut that it actually bends because of the range of the arm. Yeah. If you look at what kind of armor the peasants of Gotland will have, it will probably protect the upper body and the head. And if you're not trained, it's hard to protect the legs. The most important first thing is to get the opponent down on the ground.
And then they could have been finished off.
Exactly.
With
cut them in the legs,
Warhammer.
get them down on the ground, and then finish them off.
Yeah.
It's very effective to take the legs off, because you won't fight more and you will scream more. And if you hear your brother screaming next to you, you won't fight that good anymore.
Many of the skulls have rhomboidal trauma marks. Some of these may have been caused by crossbow bolts, but most were probably due to warhammers. The Danish army used these weapons with hideous efficiency, probably to finish off men already wounded by the swords.
Sometimes when you pick up a cranium with a big hole in it, you just put it down and had to go and take some coffee and take a break for a while. It disturbs you, what people can do to each other. And here's an interesting one. So it's the top of the skull with some kind of arrow in it. And you can see that the arrow has struck him right in the middle of the forehead.
Mm-hmm. And that must have been fatal, mustn't it? I mean, I can't imagine.
This is right into the brain.
Among the militia were the old, the infirm, the young, even the physically disabled, buried in outdated armour that wasn't even worth salvaging from the corpses. Why were these people left to face the Danish army, with its trained knights and professional mercenaries?
They had to go out and fight against this well-trained army, and they didn't know what to expect, but they were all just slaughtered.
Despite the terrible suffering evidenced in the bones, there is also the truth that the Gotlanders fought and died in a brave yet hopeless last stand. Families, fathers, brothers and sons, who died trying to protect their homes and loved ones.
If you win or lose a battle, it's a momentous occasion for either the victors or the losers. And when this happens on a national scale, it means that massive changes take place across a whole country, maybe even a whole continent. And so when you see evidence of a battle, you can pick out what was happening to each side. And these people in the graves, presumably most of them, are the losers. The fact that Gotlanders lost and the Danes won means that there now is a sea change across the whole of that island. And the Gotlanders, who were phenomenally wealthy people, suddenly are ruled by somebody from an external country.
The physical remains in Stockholm and Visby serve as lasting monuments to the heroism and tragedy of 1361. The Gotlanders themselves, and the grey walls that denied them safety. Northern France. An English force, ragged and cut off, prepares to fight its way to safety. Blocking the way is the finest army medieval France has ever assembled. The French noblemen are confident of victory and feel nothing can stand against them. But this day in October 1415 will not be theirs. Six centuries later, experts are now examining what we really know about one of the most famous events of the Middle Ages, the Battle of Agincourt.
Agincourt is about bravery, but it's also about glory.
Somewhere around here, there are thousands of the dead from the Battle of Agincourt.
And find out how the day became the most terrible disaster the French nobility had ever known.
They have no idea that they're actually fighting for their lives.
The medieval world, the 5th to the 15th century. A team of archaeologists investigates medieval life by exploring the world of the medieval dead.
We have a classic view of the storybook medieval life. We don't hear the stories about the common man trying to keep his family alive.
In our stores there are hundreds, if not thousands, of skeletons.
Archaeologically speaking, you can now focus in on the medieval dead people.
You're looking for clues in the skeleton all the time.
And you couldn't help almost look through their eyes thinking, what did they see? How did they die?
This unlucky battle was fought between the villages of Agincourt and Russeauville in the year of our Lord 1415, on the day of St. Crispin and Crispinian. The battle on October the 25th, 1415, is perhaps the best known in English history. Agincourt, or Azincourt, was Henry V's great victory. It cemented the young king's reign and turned the tide of English fortunes in the 100 Years' War against France.
The story of Agincourt comes to us from several contemporary sources. Henry V had invaded France to recapture lands he believed were rightfully English. His army besieged the port of Harfleur, but many of his men were struck down by dysentery. With weakened troops and the winter approaching, Henry turned north and headed for the English base at Calais. A huge French army now massed to cut off the English withdrawal. Some claim that as many as 40 or even 60,000 knights and men-at-arms stood against Henry V's army of a fraction of this number, perhaps just 5,000 or 6,000. The confident French knights advanced to what they assumed would be certain glory. Thousands of armoured men charged forward across the narrow battlefield. Most of Henry's troops were archers, only lightly armoured if at all, yet they were experts with one of the deadliest weapons of the medieval era, the longbow. The English archers rained down volley after volley of arrows on the French knights, who fell into panic and chaos in the mud, where, trapped and helpless, they were either killed or captured in large numbers. It was the stuff of legend, and quickly formed the mythic fabric of an England with a newly emergent sense of nationhood.
The Battle of Agincourt sums up what people perceive of the medieval period in terms of battles. It was supposed to be the classic one where the outnumbered few managed to win, and therefore it's reached mythical proportions in terms of, anything is possible.
It was Henry V's victory, somehow winning through against all the odds.
I think Agincourt is possibly in most people's minds the most famous medieval battle, especially in England, because it's reached mythical status thanks to William Shakespeare. It's the archetypal, stereotypical battle. So there is the underdog, the English, that managed to win. And of course the nasty French are seen off the battlefield. And of course it suits the English frame of mind. This is, anything is possible, and this is what happened in Agincourt in 1415.
This is broadly the way Agincourt was viewed for many years, for centuries even. It wasn't until relatively recently that historians began looking into the real story. Professor Anne Curry is the world's leading expert on the documented sources relating to Agincourt. Her starting point was the size of the two armies present at the battle. The assumed view often taken is that the French had a huge army of tens of thousands of men, outnumbering the tiny English army. But few, if any, researchers had gone back to the existing records to verify this. Many of Henry V's army, famously, were archers, and began by looking for records of these men.
The received wisdom was that we didn't know the names of the archers who were at the Battle of Agincourt. It was thought we knew the names of the men-at-arms because of what's known as the Agincourt Roll, which is an early 17th century transcript. I made it my mission to go to the National Archives to look at all of the original source materials. This was a paid army, so we had a lot of pay records in the Exchequer files, and made it my mission really to find out the names of the people on the campaign.
The files revealed just how many men Henry V assembled for the campaign in France.
England didn't have a standing army at this point. However, it had enough military activity to make it possible to be a professional soldier. For the Agincourt campaign, the army that set out to go there, we know the names of at least 7,500 people of what was probably an army over 11,000, perhaps nearly 12,000.
Finding out exactly how many men were at the battle on the 25th of October 1415 is more difficult. Yet from Anne's work, it can be estimated that Henry's army possibly numbered around 8,000 or 9,000, more than the smaller force of perhaps 5,000 or 6,000 suggested in the past. Also, it seems the French army was not quite as large as many have suggested.
Looking at the French army is much more complicated than looking at the English army. We have some financial records, but we just don't have as much, because after all the French are on the defensive and they would no doubt hope to have as many troops as they possibly could raise, say from towns and things of that sort. But one very useful indication is the amount of money that they were raising. We have one very important document where Charles VI ordered the raising of money to support an army of 9,000 men. That was going to be made up of 6,000 men-at-arms and 3,000 gens de trait. That could include longbowmen and crossbowmen. You see immediately the reversal, if you like, of the English ratio. We've got 2 men-at-arms to every 1 archer, effectively, in the French army. So I believe that the idea was to have a 9,000 strong army. It would have added to that, so maybe we could get it up to about 12,000, but it's really hard to see how it could have been larger than that. These ideas of 40,000, 60,000 just are not credible in the light of French army sizes in this period. But it would have been men-at-arms heavy, and it would have been aristocratic. But I think you've got to remember the English army was also aristocratic. There really isn't that much difference. We have this idea of the English army being full of Tommies, if you like, being a popular army, and the French army being sort of, of hooray Henrys. In fact, socially they are quite similar to each other. In terms of equipment, they are very similar to each other. And also the thing that people forget too is the French have had to move huge distances too. Everybody misses that out. It's as if they've already flown into Agincourt. Remember, they also are moving long distances. They would be weary. They would be running out of food as well.
In late October 1415, the 2 armies, more evenly matched than was previously thought, were engaged in a pursuit through Picardy in northern France. Henry needed to get his troops back to English-controlled territory.
It does seem that Henry, after taking Harfleur, decides that he will withdraw to Calais. All of the sources seem to agree on that. I don't think he was battle-seeking. He thought it would take 8 days to get from Harfleur to Calais. Of course, it took a lot longer because they didn't dare cross the Somme.
Crossing the River Somme would take time and leave an army vulnerable. The English had to try and stay 1 step ahead.
The French army is sort of shadowing them on the other bank, and therefore it takes a long time before the English can get ahead and get across the river. So I think we've got to say here that he is trying to get away and the French are trying to hound him. He is scared at that point to engage with the French.
Karen Watts, of Britain's Royal Armouries, has studied the French army of the early 15th century.
The French have got a totally different attitude with regard to this oncoming battle that they know is going to happen. They think they're going to a party. They think they're going to a grand tournament. There has actually been a tournament only 15 years earlier, a few miles away, called the Tournament of Saint-Inglevert, in which the English and the French, during a truce in the 100 Years' War, jousted together. And in fact, the French commander of Agincourt was one of the great tournament leaders of this tournament of Saint-Inglevert 15 years earlier. So the French think they've come to a wonderful tournament, dressed in their best armour, the latest gear.
For many of the French nobility, it was the opportunity of a lifetime. They streamed toward Agincourt from all over northern France, eager not to miss out on catching the fleeing English. The composition of the French army was different to the English.
The French anticipated that the battle would be fought on foot between the men-at-arms on both sides, and they reckoned they had the advantage in having larger numbers of men-at-arms. The French, though, do have a plan to send a group of cavalry against the archers, to override the archers. They're trying to eliminate Henry's advantage, which is that he could loose arrows against the advancing French and try to damage as many of them before they engage, to knock them out before they can get to the English lines. It seems that the French did not have as large a cavalry group against the archers as they'd intended, because the knights and gentry wanted to be in the melee. They didn't see any glory in riding down archers.
They're expecting a glorious amount of hand-to-hand combat with the opposing English army, and above all hoping to have hand-to-hand combat with the English nobility and above all the English king.
But this was unlike any tournament the French noblemen had experienced.
In less than an hour or two, the flower of French chivalry is decimated. This comes as an utter shock and a surprise. Their own brothers, their fathers, are dying before them. Earls, dukes, counts are all falling. And at this point, they're still trying to pretend that they are noble and chivalrous. And you find a number of the high nobility offering their gauntlets as surrender because they're expecting to be captured. If they surrender, they'll be captured, they'll be ransomed, they'll be all right. They're in no great danger. They're not going to actually die, not if they give themselves up. These French knights have completely misjudged and misunderstood the battle in which they find themselves. They have no idea that they're actually fighting for their lives.
With a high proportion of nobles fighting in the front lines of both armies, many of the French killed were aristocrats. This was unusual for a medieval battle. Most of the dying was usually done by common soldiers.
This has a massive consequence for immediate French history because there are no heirs, and France becomes massively weakened and decimated and unable to provide male heirs for, I would say, 50 to almost 100. It has an effect to almost a century later, this one battle.
Anne Curry believes the numbers involved have been exaggerated. At the time of the battle, France was a nation divided by civil war between the Burgundians and the Armagnacs. Contemporary accounts from both sides vary in their estimates of the numbers killed, probably for political reasons.
Agincourt was a disaster for one party of the French. There were quite a number of Burgundian deaths. It is extremely difficult to know the actual number that died, but I don't think numbers like 5,800, which is put in the Burgundian chronicles, those seem just as exaggerated as the numbers of troops. Maybe 1,500 would be a reasonable figure, even for the English as well. I mean, some English sources imply, it's sort of 10 people, others about 400 or whatever. So perhaps of all the things all the difficulties we have with figures, the dead is going to be the most difficult one to know.
Whatever the exact number, it was a very heavy defeat for the French. King Henry himself claimed God must have been with the English that day to punish the French. Churches and cathedrals across England bear tomb effigies and memorials to the veterans of Agincourt. In France, there are relatively few. On the field itself, there are no memorials dating back to the time of the battle. To this day, no one knows exactly where in these fields the last resting place is of the many Frenchmen who died here. It's this very absence of graves that drew Tim Sutherland's attention. He's an archaeologist and battlefield specialist. He's best known for his work at another medieval battlefield, Towton in Yorkshire, northern England. Agincourt is a much more widely known and written about battle than Towton, so when he became involved here, Tim expected his research to be relatively straightforward.
We're going into an environment where we think we know everything. It's a classic story, Shakespeare's covered it, every historian of name who deals with military history has covered Agincourt. And so we went in there thinking it was going to be a piece of cake.
He had no idea that he'd embarked on an investigation that would last for more than a decade. At Towton, Tim oversaw the excavation of a mass grave following its accidental discovery. He knew such grave pits also had to exist here at Agincourt. But before he could excavate them, he had to try to find them. In 2002, he and metal detector expert Simon Richardson carried out a major survey of the supposed battle area. They found and plotted a range of finds, but found almost nothing medieval, nor anything relating to 1415. Tim was frustrated, but he was hooked. In 2007, he and Simon returned. This time, the idea was to target the area around a calvary, or calvaire, near the centre of the battlefield. From his research, Tim found that the 19th century monument commemorated a local family, but also that it happened to be on the site where many of the French dead from 1415 were traditionally thought to have been buried.
When we first came here, we did some primary metal detecting surveys across the whole length of the battlefield, but also we targeted the area around the calvaire where we are now standing, primarily because we weren't initially allowed to do any archaeological work inside the area of the enclosure at all. As part of the archaeological survey, the geophysical survey, we started to find lumps and bumps, geophysical anomalies, but just outside the calvary here, there was a very large metal anomaly buried quite deeply below the surface of the soil. And of course that means that we targeted as an area of potential excavation.
The anomaly seemed to indicate a large amount of buried ferrous material. Tim had only found small artefacts and no armour at Towton, though he was fully aware of the mass graves at Visby in Gotland, where many men had been buried still wearing their armour. It was rare to find armour, but could it happen again here at Agincourt? Accounts suggest Henry V had some of the armour from the defeated French buried or burned to save it from the enemy.
The problem was that we didn't know what this metal anomaly was. It was a huge ferrous blob on an archaeological geophysical survey, and it had to be investigated because we knew it was very deeply buried. And of course there are all sorts of rumours about Henry V burying pits full of arms and armour that he'd collected from the French. So in the back of your mind you think, is this possibly it? It's a huge hole and it contains a large amount of ferrous or iron material. So of course we had to go and target it and excavate it. We finally excavated a large hole, deeper. It got down to about 3 feet deep, and then we were metal detecting as we went, and then just beyond the depth of a spade, this ferrous metal anomaly turned up on the metal detector. We thought, this is it. Whatever it is, it could be an unexploded bomb, it could be a buried tractor, it could be absolutely anything. And then we slowly uncovered it, and it was a pipe from a drilling rig that was fractured off and was deeply buried right in the ground underneath our feet. And it didn't make any sense at all.
A steel pipe, maybe extending down for hundreds of feet, had created a huge ferrous signature.
One, we were very deflated, and two, we didn't know what it was. And then of course we talked to the landowners, and then one of them came over and said, I remember that in the 1960s they were drilling here for oil, and nobody told us, and everybody had forgotten. And so that answered one of the questions about what the geophysical survey anomaly was.
Then somehow, out of the disappointment, came opportunity.
Now that had a knock-on effect because everybody felt so sorry for us that finally the landowner allowed us to do some archaeological excavation inside the calvary enclosure itself.
It was too good a chance to miss, and normally wouldn't have been possible. Tim knew that this site was chosen for the calvaire because it had previously been the site of a chapel, which might have been built in commemoration of the 1415 graves. It was destroyed during the French Revolution, but Tim wondered if traces of it might still exist and possibly provide clues to the lost graves.
In the height of summer, this is almost impenetrable. So the first thing we had to do is clear the whole enclosure. So we trimmed it all out and cut it all back. And then we started to do a geophysical survey.
Straight away they found evidence of war, but not of the kind they were expecting.
Just below the surface, or sometimes lying on the surface, there was a series of metal artefacts, and some of them were First World War bullets, and some of them were Second World War bullets, and there were badges and coins and all sorts of things. And basically people have been using this enclosure for whatever reason over the last 50 or 100 years through both the First and Second World Wars. So of course people have been coming to this enclosure and also visiting it because it's an archaeological site of interest, and it all focuses on this cross here. Investigating this area, trying to understand it, is very important in terms of how it fits into the landscape of the battle.
The Calvaire had seen a lot of history, but so far none of it seemed to relate to 1415. Undaunted, they recorded the surface finds and began to dig.
We started off by putting a large trench across the entranceway because when we first walked in here there were some stones evident and protruding above the ground, and in that trench we found a series of stones and bricks with some lead casting in it, which obviously held the railings, and so it looked like it was an entranceway to something that had a metal gate in it. Subsequently we found a postcard that actually still shows a photograph of the gate in situ, which was nice. We tried to date it, and unfortunately it was built of the same bricks that the chapel would have been built of in the 18th century, and so we couldn't really date it. So finding that photograph was quite nice in that it looked more of a 19th century gateway, and therefore they just used old build materials that were probably lying around the site.
Encouraged by the 18th century remains, they kept digging, expecting at any moment to find the medieval graves. But again, it wasn't so simple.
Every place we put a test bit within the enclosure here, we came down onto almost pure soil, and there was nothing in it. A few fragments of brick, and very little else. There's certainly no archaeological evidence of human remains or large pits that ever contained human remains within this enclosure. Now that's very strange, because everybody thought it did. And so we have this anomaly. Where are the French dead from Agincourt?
Tim had to search for other evidence, other clues in the history of this area that might open up a new line of inquiry. It's then that he found that someone else had been there before him. All this time, he'd been walking in the footsteps of another archaeologist, and possibly the first ever battlefield archaeologist. In 1818, Lieutenant Colonel John Woodford was a British officer serving with the Army of Occupation following the defeat of Napoleon at Waterloo. With a lifelong interest in history, Woodford took the opportunity when stationed nearby to carry out his own investigations on the site of this famous battlefield.
The only person we know who's archaeologically excavated in this area is John George Woodford, and that was in 1818, and he came along after the Battle of Waterloo with a troop of men, about 60 apparently, and he carried out some archaeological excavations, and he found mass graves, and in the mass graves there were gold coins, there were arrowheads, fragments of iron that he described and drew, and obviously related to the Battle of Agincourt, and these were the dead from the Battle of Agincourt. Now of course what the problem is now is we don't know where he excavated.
The excavation site has long since been lost. After all, hardly any record existed that it had ever taken place. The artifacts that Woodford found have, it seems, also been lost. In England, Tim follows the trail to find out more. No one before him has tried to put all these pieces together. At Warwickshire's County Archive, he's found some vital clues. He's been drawn here by a series of letters in a collection that belonged to the Newdigate family. Somehow this included a series of letters that Woodford wrote during his excavations at Agincourt.
The Newdigate collection, from which this comes from, is one of our biggest collections.
Oh, right.
The Newdigates would have known, a lot of families. They were quite an important family, and clearly, I think they were a family that were very interested in history and culture and art, right. Which may have explained their interest in this material. They probably would have been interested to see the letters relating to Agincourt.
Yes, certainly. So obviously, yes, these before and after the time he's at Agincourt. He was quite prolific in writing to his brother, and
Yes.
so they were very close.
Yeah.
So of course, obviously, he's conveying the excitement of the finds
Absolutely.
To his brother, and he calls him my dear A, which is like he was Alexander, and so he was saying, you know, what he's been finding, etc., etc. So there's his name, John George Woodford. Yeah, to A, my dearest A.
Yeah.
June the 19th. Yeah, so he's writing to his brother the day after the battle.
400 years after Agincourt, in 1815, Lieutenant Colonel Woodford and his brother Major Alexander Woodford survived the greatest battle of their own times, Waterloo.
If you survived the Battle of Waterloo,
Yes.
one of the first things you do is you write home and tell your
Well,
parents and your
absolutely,
brother and
yes,
everybody else
yeah.
that you are okay.
But it's the Agincourt letters from 3 years later in 1818 that Tim wants to see. They're the records of the only other excavation at the battlefield, describing the only known finds to have been made, including the gold ecu.
So this is one of the Woodford letters.
Yes.
This is the one that I'm quite interested in because the sketch of the coin here, and this was one of the coins that George Woodford found during the excavations at Agincourt.
Right.
So this gold coin that Woodford is describing here on the February the 20th, 1818, this is while he's undertaking the excavations at Agincourt, and he's writing to his brother, and he's done quite a nice little
Very
sketch.
detailed
It
sketch,
is.
actually, yeah.
And then this coin went on to have its own life and disappear into an archive of another stately home. Now, as far as I know, these two drawings are the only record of what Woodford found during his excavations. It's a primary document. It's an archaeological document as well now, because these sketches, that tells you exactly
The size,
the
I
size
assume,
and shape.
yeah.
And so this is all we now have of any of the information that's related to Woodford's excavations in 1818, and everything else, the exact description of how he found it, where he found it, it's all gone.
Remains a mystery, yes.
So this is what I've been chasing, and this is it's really nice to see this in the flesh, so to
Yes.
speak. Obviously, he's taken a lot of time over it, and he was obviously very proud of it, because he says in the letter that you won't believe my luck, I found several gold coins. With these letters, we're honing in on the detail that Woodford was providing. I mean, he was making quite detailed notes and diaries and things, and that's what we do as archaeologists today.
Woodford's dig at Agincourt caused controversy among some French locals, for what they saw was the despoiling of the graves. The letters show, though, that his intention was always to give the bones a proper reburial.
Now, the French say that Woodford was ordered to leave by the Duke of Wellington, but we know that Wellington asks him quite politely, please, you're making too much of a fuss, please leave the area. Rather frustratingly, there's no scale on this.
No,
and so he says
it's a bit limiting, isn't it?
I have ordered an oaken sarcophagus for the bones.
Yes.
Now, is that this big, or is it a proper sarcophagus? Is it a coffin-sized? One would suggest it's slightly larger. The word sarcophagus suggests a proper burial container.
Yeah. He's provided the design and the dimensions elsewhere, hasn't he? I suppose that's why he's not.
I have cleared it with the mayor and curé to deposit them in Agincourt churchyard. So he's even cleared it with the church and said, right, basically, can I rebury them in the churchyard? And they're saying yes. So he's doing right by everybody as much as he can do. And then we get to hear later from the French that this box that Woodford had ordered is then, the bones are finally collected, put in this box and then buried in the churchyard in the correct place. But this isn't the general story that is available. The general story is he was a bit of a baddie.
Yes.
And he was obviously slighting the French name and the French character and leaving bones here, there and everywhere. Yeah, it's pure French spin. Now we know, because of this letter, that it was Woodford that instigated this. Right. And the French have always claimed that they did it.
Right.
He was going to have a stone memorial, a piece of marble made with the date 1415 on it. Something very simple, he says, so that it's not glorifying, either side.
Yes.
just as a simple memorial.
Yes.
And then he says all this, and he's writing to his brother, and his brother was very religious.
Right.
So he's not going to lie to him blatantly.
No.
He might have embellished the truth a little bit, but basically he's telling him what he was planning to do. So this is an important document because it gives one person's view, and obviously he's dead, and his opinion has been slurred, slighted and almost, distorted beyond recognition. Yeah. But having the primary document saying what his thoughts were to his own brother is fantastic, I think. Yeah.
Tim believes the letters aren't the only thing that Woodford may have left behind.
There is an excavation diary that goes with this.
Right.
Explaining in great detail how he did the work at Agincourt, what he dug up, what he found, how he recorded it, and where it all went to, including more annotated sketches. And of course that diary, the excavation diary, it's missing, unfortunately.
The diary that you're referring to isn't there because he would have kept that himself.
He or the family has kept
right.
that. And so this is the detective side of the story, and it's unravelling the truth. And this is why I like it, because I like the facts. As an archaeologist, I like looking at the facts. And the facts are, he's done a nice little drawing. He's got the drawing of the coin, the arrowhead. He's trying to make good what he's doing by recording it. And that's, as archaeologists, that's all we do today. We take photographs, record it, and because we're destroying the primary evidence. So seeing the primary evidence from 1818 is fascinating, but it still doesn't get us any closer to where this diary is.
Tim then finds a clue as to what could have happened to the missing diary, relating to when the items from the collection were placed in storage in London.
Somebody's made a note, and this is much later.
Yes.
And it says, Sir John Woodford, digging field of Agincourt, all he found lost in the burning of the Pantechnicon. The Pantechnicon was the original storage house. That's where we get the name Pantechnicon van from. And that was the name of the Pantechnicon, was the original storage house in London. And apparently it all burnt down. And it was like a bazaar. It was not only a storage place, but obviously like people bought and sold. It's like an antiques trading sort of place, almost. And this starts to make sense now, but somebody's actually qualified this. And why they put it on here, I don't know. Because these letters survive. One of the gold coins survives. So everything wasn't lost.
No, clearly not.
So whenever the archive went into the Pantechnicon, it must have already been separated.
Yeah. Well, this material was sent to his brother, wasn't it? So this may have been separate from the other
But
material.
the coin survived as well.
Yeah.
So that wasn't sent to the Pantechnicon either. So there are things that survived. So did the diary get burnt in the Pantechnicon then? No, but well, that would explain its absence.
It would, wouldn't it? Yeah.
And so it might not exist anymore, along with many of the other artefacts. So maybe that's a simple explanation about where everything's gone to, including the reference to the gold rings.
Yes.
That would be terrible. So maybe it's gone forever.
Woodford's diary may be missing, but he did also produce a sketch map of the battlefield. It's very accurate to the roads and terrain, displaying all his skill as a former staff officer to the Duke of Wellington. Woodford plotted the French and English armies, but where did he find his information on their dispositions? It prompts Tim to check out all the known references that Woodford could have used. Anne Curry may be able to help clear up some of the confusion surrounding what we know or think we know about Agincourt. The earliest map Tim can find that shows Agincourt battlefield is the Cassini map from the 18th century, almost 400 years after the battle. Right from the start, there are problems with this.
What we need to look at are the original sources of the map, the cartographic evidence, because of course we've got 400 years where there are no maps whatsoever. In which case, if we look at the first map, and obviously that's the Cassini map from the mid-18th century, the only representation of the battle on that is as one of the sword symbols.
The Cassini map only refers to the approximate location of the battlefield. Through her research, Anne could find no diagram or plan of the actual engagement itself until well into the 19th century.
Well, this, I believe, is the first printed attempt to plan the battle, and this was in Harris Nicholas's History of the Battle of Agincourt, the second edition of 1832. It's a bit problematic because it seems to be the wrong way round. It seems to put Agincourt on the right-hand side.
The battle is shown on the west of the village of Agincourt. So, is this wrong?
Well, nobody else has ever followed it up, have
No, it does. Well, although there are elements of this in other maps.
All the later maps from the mid-19th century almost to the present day seem to have used this as their inspiration, before adding their own individual details.
A lot of these are artistic representations of what people are thinking about at the time.
But there are very few maps that show it like that. I mean, the tradition as it developed in the 19th century shows it in the traditional positions with the woods, Agincourt to the west, Tramcourt to the east.
If all the later maps follow Harris Nichols' 1832 map, then where did Harris Nichols get his information? Only one detailed battle map is known to have existed before 1832.
Well, this is the earliest map that we know of, and it's also one of the most accurate. And this is the one that was drawn by Woodford in 1818. Woodford has superimposed his interpretation of the battle on this map. And of course, what we have is now the standard format of what we would recognise as the Battle of Agincourt.
We don't know whether that influenced, say, Nicholas's diagram in 1832. The only problem from the study of Agincourt point of view is that all of the things Woodford has marked on here are in his own mind. They're no more reliable than the chronicle texts.
Exactly.
Woodford probably based his own interpretation on the texts that were available to him at the time in the early 19th century. Many of the chronicles that are now standard references for Agincourt weren't translated until Anne's work in the 1990s.
The chronicles of Raphael Holinshead were in most gentlemen's libraries, so I think that's where he got the information from.
So it's not until we find the physical evidence of this battle, so with numbers of arrowheads, numbers of artefacts, numbers of whatever it is, even numbers of bodies and bones, in a specific place, can we target this area and say, right, this is part of the battlefield?
And know that it is. Until then, to be honest, Agincourt only exists in our minds, really, from reading this and from looking at these maps.
It's still an interpretation, and an interpretation only exists in the mind until you find something to tie it to.
Yeah.
It will never be known exactly how many French soldiers died. Most of them probably still lie in the fields near here, somewhere. The mass of French infantry made a perfect target. Hundreds, thousands of English archers bent their backs and loosed their bows, unleashing an arrow storm. Henry V knew full well that the longbow in the hands of trained English archers was the weapon to be most feared on the battlefields of the 100 Years' War.
He would have known the effectiveness of an arrow storm, or of use of arrows in a punctuated fashion as well, and he was wounded in the face by an arrow at the Battle of Shrewsbury.
The English king was unlikely to have forgotten the painful experience of having the arrow removed over several days.
I think it's realised just how useful those troops are because they're terribly versatile. We're seeing them at Agincourt in a perfect situation for the arrow storm, but they have many other uses also. As I say, they have a use in the melee too.
With their last arrows loosed, the English archers would have joined the men-at-arms in the final pell-mell assault on the beleaguered French. Back in France, Tim now goes in search of a few of them. There's one last place he wants to look. Tim knows Woodford found some of the Agincourt dead, but exactly how many is unknown, until the excavation diary is perhaps one day rediscovered. Yet what happened to the bones Woodford found? In the years after the dig, there were French claims that Woodford planned to use them to celebrate an English triumph at Agincourt. Tim's research has shown that this was not the case.
What we need to do is we need to find this date inscribed on the wall of the church. It's 1838. This marks the location, according to a certain document, of where the human remains were buried in the churchyard that Woodford excavated from the mass graves. It's potentially the end of a long line of investigations. We've been tracking Woodford, we've been tracking his excavations, we've been attempting to find out where his excavations took place. And then of course these are the human remains that were found in the grave, and then they were transposed from the battlefield, transposed down onto the village, into the churchyard. I've never looked for this date, and I've never looked at the piece of ground. We'll go to the chapel and we'll see if we can find this date somewhere on the wall of the church.
John George Woodford, who in his 90s was the last British officer who'd served at Waterloo to die, perhaps knew something of what it meant to have experienced the most terrible battle of an era. He intended to rebury the bones with simple dignity. Tim Sutherland is the only other archaeologist to have searched for the Agincourt graves. So almost 200 years on, it's fitting that he's here now to look for the last piece of the puzzle.
It's closely associated with a window, so it should be easy enough to find, but it's not there. It's not on that one. I presume it was they were marking the walls to make some sort of recognition of it, so they could recognise the spot again. And here's a blocked up, and there it is. There's the 1838. That's the spot. According to the story, that's the place where the human remains were buried. And it's not a large area. So, and it's also part of the path going through past this window. So presumably it's a small amount of human remains. It's not going to be a huge casket. So it's interesting. And maybe they're still there. I presume they are still there. So after all that wait in the grave until 1818, and then they come out of the grave and they're collected together and finally make their way into consecrated ground in this churchyard in the village of Agincourt. And they never quite made it into the specially built memorial chapel to the battle. It's quite sad in a way. But at least we found it. I think that's important.
Gotland, 1361. For the inhabitants of the Swedish Isle in the Baltic Sea, everything is about to change. Under the burning July sun, the Gotlanders stand together as one to defend their homes. Invaders are coming, and they'll destroy everything in their way. The Gotlanders must stop them or die trying. For over 600 years, no one knew for sure what happened that day. Now, archaeologists are uncovering evidence of a desperate battle in the marshes at a place called Masterby.
Having seen their fathers and sons and so on died, everyone panicked and fled.
A medieval battle, it's a fight for your life. If
you're on the losing side, you're more than likely going to die. And you're going to die a horrible death.
The defenders of Masterby stood alone. The medieval world, the 5th to the 15th century. A team of archaeologists investigates medieval life by exploring the world of the medieval dead.
We have a classic view of the storybook medieval life. We don't hear the stories about the common man trying to keep his family alive.
In our stores there are hundreds, if not thousands, of skeletons.
Archaeologically speaking, we can now focus in on the medieval dead people.
You're looking for clues in the skeleton all the time.
And you couldn't help almost look through their eyes thinking, what did they see? How did they die?
They came to the land at Kronevald, where the people fought against them, but they were superior. Then they gathered again and fought at Masterby. The second day, a third battle was fought, and the Gotland militia defeated, the others taken prisoner. They let a stone cross be raised for commemoration. The words of the Gotland Chronicle in 1633. The landscape of Gotland hides a violent past. Some of it historians know about, back to the Viking Age, yet much of it they can only glimpse. For medieval Gotland, the year 1361 echoes as a time of terrible upheaval. 10 miles south of the Gotlandic capital Visby, Masterby sits amid the reclaimed farmland and dense forest. In 1361, it lay directly in the path of a marauding invasion force, hell-bent on the looting and burning of all they encountered. There's no contemporary source that tells of what happened at Masterby. What we know comes from the Chronicle of Visby in the 17th century. Drawn by the island's reputation as a rich trading place, King Valdemar II of Denmark launched an invasion. His main target was the island's capital, the wealthy trading port of Visby. With its strong walls, it was the envy of all Sweden's rivals in the Baltic. In July 1361, Valdemar's army landed on Gotland's west coast and began its march on Visby, destroying and pillaging every Gotlander farm and village on the way. The Visbians, many of whom were foreign merchants, barred their gates to the indigenous farmers and villagers. So for the Gotlanders in villages like Masterby, right in the path of the advancing Danes, all they could do was band together in a hastily formed militia and try to hold out. They fought a battle somewhere in the marshes south of Masterby, astride the main road. But the Danish army, professional soldiers, better equipped and more experienced, broke through and pillaged their way to Visby. They defeated what remained of the Gotland militia in a one-sided final battle. It was a cataclysm. Gotland never recovered. Overnight, its medieval golden age was finished. Times of dramatic change like this form cornerstones in history.
It's really good evidence for a massive change on Gotland at that time. There was an invading force being repelled or attempted to be repelled by the locals, by the islanders themselves, and of course they failed. Of course, everything changes from that moment onwards.
For archaeologists like Tim Sutherland, Gotland's story is well known. Early in the 20th century, mass graves from Visby were discovered. Hundreds of skeletons and many artifacts and armour betrayed the true scale and horror of 1361. Yet this was just from Visby.
For more than 6 centuries, almost nothing was known about the other battles the Gotlanders fought for their island, including the one at Masterby. In 2012, Tim carried out an archaeological survey of the Visby graves, partially excavated more than 70 years ago. It's one of the most important sites in medieval archaeology. Yet it's now heavily developed, and there's currently little scope for more archaeology there. But there is new work being done elsewhere on Gotland by a team of Swedish archaeologists.
So the chance has arisen whereby there is a potential for finding something on the same island from the same period, killed by the same people, and these other people potentially lie in the ground somewhere outside Visby. And the locals have initiated an archaeological project whereby they've started to look for a medieval battlefield, and they found it. Almost unbelievably, they found evidence of it. They found crossbow bolts and bits of sword and weapons.
Finding evidence of lost medieval battles is extremely difficult. Tim knows because he's tried. He's one of the world's foremost battlefield archaeologists and made his name excavating mass graves from the Battle of Towton in England. For this reason, he knows what's been done at Masterby is very important. So he and metal detectorist Simon Richardson are on their way to Gotland, where they'll lend their expertise to the ongoing project. Their work at Towton was made easier because it was a recognised historic battlefield, its location well documented. For many long years, Masterby, though, was a lost battlefield, with no contemporary records and only the oral tradition of the locals to keep its memory alive. Yet there is one other clue as to what happened there.
Standing not far away from where they found all these fragments of medieval conflict, there is a very large standing stone cross, and this has all sorts of stories associated with it.
The Masterby Cross stands alone in the fields, a few metres from the road just outside the modern village. It's one of the things that's hooked Tim into the project. No one knows for sure how long it's stood, nor even why in fact it's there, adding to the intrigue.
The cross has been moved. It used to lie down. It's been moved from a great distance away. It's been moved from a short distance away. My instinct would tell me that you do not move large stone crosses like that unless there's a very good reason, in which case it might have fallen over, in which case somebody might have just put it back up again. But there's a very good chance that the area around that stone cross contains the graves of the people that died in the Battle of Masterby in 1361, just before the Battle of Visby. So there is almost a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity of finding a parallel to something like Visby, which would be phenomenal. We've potentially got evidence for another mass grave or another series of mass graves down the road at Masterby. And so are there parallels? Are they completely different, or are they exactly the same? And we don't know. And that's one of the interesting things that we'd like to find out.
The project centres around the present-day village of Masterby. Gotland is known for its many medieval churches, many of which date to long before 1361. Somewhere near the church stood the medieval settlement, but no traces remain on the surface. It's an almost entirely local team. Most are amateurs, with some professional archaeologists. They all know the stories of the Gotlanders' battle here, and for the last few years, they've been committed to keeping its memory alive. Maria Lindström is the project leader. She's a professional archaeologist and was born and raised in Masterby, and so has a strong personal affinity with the story. She wants to find out the real facts to back up what she learned as a child about the people who gave everything to defend the village more than 600 years ago. The first thing they had to do was to verify there was any kind of medieval activity there at all. Each year, they run a metal detecting survey to cover a different area of the grid. Slowly, they're gaining an insight into what happened here in 1361. The most important thing is to trace the actual outline of the battle area, piece by piece, grid by grid. The finds are scattered through the fields, lying for the most part right where they fell in the ground, dropped by a fleeing defender or an advancing invader. Now, more than 600 years later, fellow Gotlanders search for this evidence of their forebears. Simon Richardson's experience helps with this. He's one of the most experienced battlefield metal detectorists in the world. While Simon heads out into the fields with the metal detecting team, Tim prepares for a different kind of survey at the Masterby Cross. He's joined by Helen Goodchild from the University of York in England. She'll help Tim carry out a remote sensing survey around the area of the cross. The site of the Visby graves was marked by a similar stone cross. No one knows whether there are burials at Masterby.
Well, we know we've got a medieval battle. We've got the evidence of that, so that's one thing. We know that in a medieval battle, lots of people get killed, so somewhere there would be lots of dead, presumably. Now, either everybody's been taken out of the landscape and there are no mass graves, or somewhere in this landscape there will be mass graves. Therefore, you look for points of reference, and there's no better point of reference than this huge big slab of limestone. And if we want to look for a parallel for something like this cross here, there is no better example than a few miles up the road at Visby, where we know there is a very, very similar cross of the same sort of size and dimensions, and that does mark the medieval mass graves from the Battle of Visby. We're hoping that in this landscape, within this very field itself, right close to the cross, are the mass graves from the people that died at the Battle of Masterby. We also know that towards the end of the Battle of Masterby, it appears as though the battle went through or very close by the medieval settlement around Masterby. So we'll have evidence of where they lived, we'll have evidence of where they fought, we'll have evidence of where they died, and also, hopefully, we'll have evidence of where they were eventually buried.
Tim and Helen are using a range of techniques to try and detect any graves that might be here. But much depends on the geology, or even the remains of the medieval buildings.
The problem is graves are always really quite hard to pick up, regardless of the techniques used. I mean, it depends what's in the grave. If they're buried with their armour, then we'd expect it to be hugely magnetic. It'll just be a giant anomaly. But if they haven't been, it might be more difficult to detect. And in fact, it might be that the later settlement is going to obliterate any traces of that at all. So, I mean, we've already found that we're picking up what look like walls and stuff from perhaps a later farmhouse. So, if we're lucky, we'll see the grave as well. If we're unlucky, we'll get a lot of post-medieval structures.
Ground-penetrating radar will enable them to look for large shapes or displacements up to several meters down into the soil.
If you imagine a radar in something like a plane or a ship, and it sends a signal out, it's the reflection of that signal off another plane or a piece of land or something, and the ship gets back. So it's a reflected signal that it's recording, and that's what we're doing. So we're sending a signal into the ground, it reflects off something or multiple somethings, and then gets reflected back to the recorder.
As they carry out the survey, Tim also lets his instinct as an archaeologist build an idea of what could have happened here immediately after the fighting. From his experience at other medieval battle sites, he's identified a pattern of events.
The primary event after the battle itself is that the nearby locals will come and collect their dead. So the members of the family, the wives and the daughters, would come into the landscape and try to identify members of the family and take them away. And then, of course, you get people coming from further afield who have to do exactly the same thing all over Gotland. They will try to come and identify their family members and hopefully take them away as well. Also, you've got people on the battlefield scrounging, looking for items of value. There's lots of activity, and then eventually you are left with a battlefield full of dead that nobody's claimed. And then somebody, sooner or later, will come along, a member of the church, a member of the local aristocracy, and say, right, we'll clear the battlefield. And so anybody that is left will presumably be placed in the mass graves just to clear up. So either the mass graves would be somewhere like a churchyard if there's a very small number of them, or it could be, if there are a large number, they've been in an open piece of landscape where there's a piece of ground that's not under agriculture.
At the Gotland's Museum in Visby, Tim and Simon get an idea of the kind of evidence so far discovered from 1361. This is just a small selection of a huge range of artefacts, including armour, weaponry, and human bones. One type of artefact is dominant among the finds made by the Masterby project so far: crossbow bolts. So far, many have been found, probably shot at Gotlanders by the invaders. Valdemar's army is known to have included German mercenaries, possibly some of whom were crossbowmen. The crossbow was a weapon feared on the medieval battlefield. It required less skill and strength to use than a longbow, and so was seen as a devilish, unfair device. A medieval terror weapon, ideal to break a lightly equipped militia like the Gotlanders and drive them back in panic.
This glass case contains essentially the Masterby collection, and if you can see, these are the classic crossbow bolts, and the second back from the right there is the classic short, stubby but heavy crossbow bolt, and this is from the battlefield at Masterby. So you brought one with you. So essentially it's the same size, shape and weight, because it's not a little bodkin, it's not a very narrow, slender artefact, is it? It's a big, heavy, serious piece of kit. But this is a Masterby collection, so this has come off the Masterby battlefield. Yeah. So basically these are crossbow bolts, there's no denying that, is there?
Yeah, I mean they're all the standard form, aren't they, but just vary in size.
So that's important because we're getting continuity now between what is essentially being used across Europe at that time, and we've got them on the Masterby battlefield and we've got them on the Visby battlefield. So it's all the standard kit around that time. It's a short, stubby head as well. It's not a long, slender, like a bodkin arrowhead. So if it hit you in a piece of flesh, obviously you'd survive, but if that hit you in the face or in the head, it would take you down and you wouldn't bother getting up again.
Tim and Simon head out into the field to help with the survey. They soon find it's not a straightforward place to metal detect.
It's going really well. It's hard work. There's so many nails. Literally pounds and pounds of them in weight. So yeah, you're on your knees every 5 minutes and digging. But everything has to be investigated, so you could leave what you think's a nail and it could be a chainmail link or a fragment of something else. No, it's just a process of elimination. It's a surprise. Yet another nail.
The many nails are a hindrance to the metal detecting team. Scrap from more recent eras is a problem on most historical sites, especially on fields used for agriculture for hundreds of years.
This is the kind of thing, this is the stuff we've been finding on the battlefield. Mainly made up of nails and wire. But there is the odd item, which is a fair bit bigger. A lot of agricultural stuff. Got a piece of wire. Yeah, it's frustrating finding this sort of thing, but it's what you have to go through. It's part of the process. You have to remove these items to find, the battle-related things. Yeah, I mean, something like this, looking at the metal, it looks quite old to start with. And maybe initially when it comes out of the ground, you know, it could be mistaken for part of a knife. On further inspection, it's all it is it's a small adjustable spanner, quite an old one.
With all this background noise to search through, Simon needs more than his technical ability. Decades of detecting on medieval battlefields means he too has a strong instinct for where to look.
When you're doing these surveys, when you are walking around, you try and imagine the flow of the battle, where the most advantageous place would be to stand your army. And they knew where they were going to attack from. They knew how they could maybe, by looking at the landscape, how they could encircle the enemy, trap them, push them into a narrow place between two woods or into a marsh or against a river. They try and use the landscape to their advantage by looking at it. And I suppose metal detecting is the same, really. You look for the higher ground. Where people would make escape from, away from the rivers, away from the marsh. People maybe made escape plans, I know I would. Yeah, I mean, they've been buildings on this landscape 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 300 years ago, and previous to that, and obviously there's no traces of them.
Yeah, so they pull the buildings down, so there's just thousands of nails everywhere, aren't there? Yeah. And they're literally just spread absolutely everywhere.
Literally everywhere.
Yeah, and they're not just one or two, there are literally
thousands.
Tens of thousands of these things.
I mean, in a week, I bet I found close to 1,000.
Yeah. You know, the more bolts, the more distinctive artefacts you can find from the battle, and then plot them. We're just getting this more and more condensed spread of the battlefield archaeology. And we can see that it is actually a battlefield, it's not just a normal piece of land.
No, but the area we're moving to in a minute, over there on the rise, that should be quite exciting.
Right, why?
Because that's on the main route, and it's on higher ground, which will have taken the people fleeing past the marsh.
So we're now in the position between the marsh and Masterby?
Yes.
Right, excellent. So hopefully we'll get even more evidence of the battle then, as people came away from the marsh and then routed towards the village itself.
When the survey switches location, the result is more finds and more crossbow bolts. They're searching directly over the path of the final retreat of the Gotlanders. Beyond them, the only thing standing between the marauding Danish army and Masterby was the farmstead at Grens, where the cross now stands.
So what sort of stuff have you been finding then?
Yeah, it's been a really good survey this year. This is what the bolts usually look like. Pretty ugly.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a crossbow bolt when you first pick it up, does it?
This is a close combat area, but we have a few bolts here as well. But the main battle area is just a couple of 100 meters away. So this was probably shot at a Gotlander fleeing for his life.
Wow, that's a good one.
That's a superb one.
Yes.
That's what you would recognise as classic crossbow bolt.
They are in different sizes, aren't they?
Yeah,
They're not all the same size.
Yeah,
big ones and small ones.
Yeah.
Over the past few years, the surveys have discovered almost 50 bolts like these.
All conflict is brutal. People do get killed, and they get killed in horrible ways. In the medieval conflict, you get literally hacked to pieces, or you get these big lumps of iron, these iron crossbow bolts through your skull or through your spine or through a joint in a limb. And you can just imagine the people so frightened, so afraid, you know, these brothers and fathers and fighting together, you know, seeing the friends, the neighbours, the family killed in terrible ways. And all they really want to do is to protect their community. And you get this invading army coming in, you know, just want to take it away, and they'll take it away in any way they can. And they're totally afraid, and all they want to do is get away, get back to their homes, which here they more than likely died defending anyway. A medieval battle, it's a fight for your life, literally. You win, your side wins, and you survive. Great. If you're on the losing side, you're more than likely going to die, and you're going to die a horrible death.
The bolts are a grim reminder of what must have been a terrifying experience to be pursued across the marsh under fire. With Simon's help, though, this year's survey has uncovered many other important finds. Some of them could relate to the fight the Gotlanders put up against the Danish and mercenaries.
This is a really interesting find that we made yesterday. It looks like the pommel of a sword. This is the upper part of the sword.
These fragments are extremely rare, and further evidence of the medieval battle which unfolded across these fields.
Here you have the crossguard and the rest of the sword down here. In all, I think this is a second pommel we have. I think most of the swords were taken away by the survivors, so it's really rare to find swords like this. And here we have a buckle. I think it fits in perfectly with a picture of 1361.
There are quite a few parallels of that from the Visby graves.
Yes.
But it's quite a broad one, it's quite a broad belt.
Yeah.
For a heavy belt, is it maybe a sword belt?
Yeah, it could be a sword belt or something, yeah.
There are also pieces of armour, again extremely rare to find in situ on a battle site.
This is a really promising find as well. Might be a lamella. See the holes here.
Lamella armour was formed of many overlapping iron scales, or lames. It was a style that dated back to Viking times on Gotland.
Well, lamellar armour is armour that is made up of small plates. So what you would do is you would have a series of these next to each other, overlapping each other, all riveted or tied onto something else, and it forms it's almost like a suit of mail, except it's made of plates instead of little tiny rings. So the fact that this has got little holes in it suggests that it might be actually part of an armour.
Complete examples were buried on bodies in the Visby graves. But here at Masterby, the finds are evidence of the armour's use in battle.
And again, some of these, looking at the Visby examples, you can almost imagine that potentially being shield-shaped. And some of the armour actually has copper alloy designs on the armour itself. So some of these might not even have just been plain, they might have been decorated as well.
Tim heads back to the cross. With the radar survey complete, he and Helen use another means of inquiry to try and unlock its secrets.
We were told by the locals that there was no inscription on the stone. And so I thought that was quite unusual for quite an elaborate cross like this, and also considering that it's so similar to the cross at Visby, which has got a very elaborate and ornate inscription. And so when we came up here, as you can see, the lichen covers it so well and disguises it. It's just so camouflaged, you just can't see any indentations on the cross. One of the questions one has to ask is, why is a big cross of this stature standing in the middle of a field in what seems to be a completely agricultural landscape? Automatically, questions spring to mind. Is it related to the battle, and if so, is it the memorial cross of the mass graves that possibly lie underneath it? Or is it just a memorial to the battle itself and the people who died here? It is possible that underneath and around this cross are the graves of the people who defended this landscape in 1361.
It's possible they might be able to see inscriptions that still remain on the surface of the stone, not visible during daylight hours. All they have to do is wait for darkness.
The idea is that we're going to shine a raking light across the surface of the stone. And the reason behind that is that by using a very low light against the surface, it will cast very deep and recognisable shadows. And anything that's an undulation in the surface of the stone and that casts a shadow, we'll be able to record. If we shine it from there, and then what we can do is turn it. Oh, look at that. And remember, we're only doing a quadrant at a time. You can already see all the lettering turning up. Is that an A?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's an A. There's definitely a D there. Is that an O? So is that Dominus? Domini? I know Domini.
Yes.
See, that's what we think it might say then.
Wow.
And then of course we've got some down here which is incredibly deep already. Oops.
You just read inscribed letters that haven't been read out loud for about 700 years.
Potentially, yeah.
Amazingly, the inscriptions can be made out after centuries, despite the weathering on the cross, out in the open, exposed to the elements.
Every single year you get a fraction of a millimetre disappearing because of frost action. So the water will soak into the surface, then it'll freeze, and the surface will just fall off. But it's minute because it's really hard stone. But over the centuries, what was presumably a deep inscription is almost gone. And so hopefully we're recording it in time, but some elements of it have almost certainly already gone.
The letters are very faint and difficult to decipher. They're a kind of script used across Scandinavia and Europe during the later Middle Ages.
We are exposing what are almost certainly letters, but some of them are such an odd shape to our modern eye that we have to find a reference to what that letter is. Now, these letters appear to be in the form of what they call black letter, which is a very uniform shape. But what we need to do is to compare known black letters to what these letters are on the inscription. And so we will find some that are nothing like similar. And then we'll find some that are exact replicas. Like the letter D, we know that is a black letter, letter D.
Yes, I think these dots separate two words. So we have the last letter here, and then the other word starts with an O or a D.
That's not a black letter D though. This is a typical black letter D.
Yeah. Then it's an O.
With a tail on, so it would have to have a tail.
Okay, so it's an O then.
So it's an O or something similar.
Yes.
Yeah. And it's very rounded for a black letter. So it may be that somebody's even cleaned it up again. These two are incredibly deep.
They are really deep.
It's either that or it's just for some reason it's very hard around there. It's not eroded. But we've got such a good letter there.
That's beautiful
Yes.
right there, isn't it? That's just...
Yes. But it's a minuscule, or what do you say? It's a small A.
Yes.
Although it's in the beginning. Yes.
Type, yeah.
Yes.
For Maria Lindström, it's an important discovery. She's known about the cross since childhood, growing up in Masterby. But she never realised it still bore these hidden inscriptions.
Really excited, yes.
Considering it didn't supposed to have an inscription on it anyway, this is absolutely fantastic.
Yes.
So we now know that it once had a full inscription, and it's just worn away.
I was born here, so I've seen it all my life, and I've always been told that the cross was blind, and that's why we haven't
blank.
Blank.
So there's no inscription on it. So you were always told from a very early age that this was a blank cross.
Yes.
And now, how do you feel about seeing this for the first time?
Oh, this is amazing. This is
so
dream coming true, really.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Part of the inscription seems to be Jacobi, which may refer to St. James's Day, just prior to when the Battle of Visby is known to have taken place. It could just be coincidence.
So the cross in Visby has got an inscription that's got the date of their battle on it.
Yes.
And what date was that?
3 days after, I think, Jacobi then. It must be, since it's the 27th.
27th.
Of July.
So if this has got Jacobi written on it, which is St. James's Day, then that would refer to a medieval Saint's Day, which very coincidentally just happens to coincide with the date of the Battle of Masterby, which is fantastic. So it does look as though we've got a medieval cross with an inscription on it, which we didn't know existed, and the inscription might just say Jacobi on it for St. James's Day, which is the date of the Battle of Masterby. That'd be unbelievable to discover that for the first time.
Out in the fields, Maria and the metal detecting team are back at work.
They're on the northwestern shore of what was the shallow lake in medieval times. It's the area across which the defenders fled after they failed to stop the Danish advance.
We're actually on the shore of the lake now. You can see it dipping down a bit over here. And there we have the former lake. It was ditched out at the end of the 19th century.
So it's not a deep lake then, it's a shallow...
Shallow, yes.
Yeah.
And 1361 is supposed to have been a really dry and hot summer, so it was even shallower.
But the marshy lake bed wasn't enough to stop the Danish advance.
The Gotlanders knew if the Danes came over the lake, the battle would be...
It would be over.
Yes.
Lost, yeah.
So the Gotlanders tried to hinder the Danes on the lake, and that's why we have both crossbow bolts there, and also parts of swords, parts of spike clubs and so on.
So that was a defensive position.
Yeah.
They tried to prevent them from crossing that lake. Yeah. And they failed, obviously.
Yeah.
In the great scheme of things, this is now becoming almost parallel to the archaeological evidence from the graves at Visby. But it wasn't a proven battlefield until relatively recently.
No, not amongst the experts. They said, no, historians said, we don't think there was a battle. But the people here in Masterby have never doubted there was a battle here.
And so what's happening now is the battlefield archaeology is formalising this part of history. And of course now you can rubber stamp it and say there is definite proof of medieval battlefield in this landscape.
The weather closes in as this year's survey is almost complete. Just beyond where the team have been working, the land shelves down to where the heaviest part of the fighting probably was. The close combat area. The two sides more than likely met in the narrow part of the shallow lake, as the Danish and mercenaries forced a crossing to outflank the Gotlanders.
Yes, we think that the Gotlanders had a gathering point here on the northern shore of the lake, and that they met the Danish army actually on the lake, on this narrowest part. So there were two lines shooting with their crossbows and shooting arrows at each other. And then we have a close combat in that area as well. And then we have the close combat area here when the people are fleeing. There is a written source from the 17th century which mentions that there were two battles fought upon the lake 2 days in a row, but I'm not sure the Gotlanders could stand up for that long. They would have been in family groups standing next to their fathers and brothers and sons and so on. And when they scattered, they probably fled in these family groups as well. Having seen their fathers and sons and so on died, everyone panicked and fled.
How many battlefields now?
How many? Too many to count. About my fourth medieval battlefield. Probably one of the most interesting.
As the team head out of the field for the final time this year, they're following the route the Gotlanders probably took as the survivors fled back to the village. Tim has seen the signs of this kind of panicked rout before, on other sites, other battlefields.
Obviously where things aren't is almost as important as where things are, because then you know the shape of the battlefield itself. And there's usually a big block, a mass of artifacts, and then it usually tails off in one direction, you know, either north, south, east or west or whatever. And eventually it just fades away into nothingness as the people ran away and were either they escaped or they were killed.
At the cross, the radar results are inconclusive. There are no obvious grave pits in the fields around the cross.
But there are the possible remains of the medieval farmstead that stood here at the time of the battle. Tim and Simon return one last time to take auger samples from the areas highlighted by the radar results.
We're augering mainly to look at the subsurface structure of the soil. So we're looking for how deep the topsoil is, and then what the subsoil is made of and how deep it is.
That's clean, isn't it?
Everybody's telling us that there's nothing here, and until you can prove it, then you just never know.
The Masterby cross binds its secrets tightly. This is where the debris trail of artifacts seems to lead, perhaps the final rallying place of the defenders of Masterby before they were overwhelmed. Tim and Simon try to picture the final moment, and where, if anywhere near here, the bodies of the fallen Gotlanders lie.
The location here is at the end of this tail of archaeological evidence of the battle. So we're getting crossbow bolts, we're getting bits of armour and all sorts of things. And this is, to all intents and purposes, the tail end of it. So if we've got the mass of the battlefield there, one would expect the majority of the people to be buried there, at least temporarily, and then taken to the church later on. But if there was a settlement here and this is part of the route, then is it possible that this is where people were fleeing to? And then there was like a horrible situation occurred here that was memorialised not just for the battle, but for the for the carnage that took place.
Most of the artefacts are in what we believe to be the centre of the battlefield.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't move a large number of dead people from there to a spot like this,
No.
which is a few hundred metres from the church. If you're going to all the effort, all the trouble to move them from there, which is a lot of labour, you carry on to the church and bury them in the cemetery.
Yeah. So why is this memorial stone here?
Maybe this memorial is just commemorating. This is the area of the old village. This is where maybe the last stand was. So we'll put the cross here. It doesn't necessarily mean they're buried here.
Yeah.
It just means where everything sort of ended.
You know, this could be the beginning of the route where they just start fleeing back towards Visby, and the locals obviously get caught up in it.
Yeah.
So it might mark the transition point. Did they actually exhume the graves from the battlefield and take them into the consecrated ground, or are they still there on the battlefield waiting for us to find them?
Oh, there are several graves between here and the main concentration.
Yeah. In the game.
And as for the Danes, the enemy, would they go to much trouble to bury those? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so, because they'd be too busy going towards. They hadn't reached their objective yet. Their objective was Visby.
I mean, if the local population's wiped out, there aren't going to be many people around.
Exactly. All this landscape would have been decimated, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
At the time of the battle, because there would have been thousands of troops moving through this landscape, taking anything that was movable, anything of any value whatsoever. That's the food, the livestock, any of the artefacts in the houses. They'd probably loot, burn the houses, and then move on.
And there are a few knives found there, and we're talking one, this size.
Yeah.
That'd be a good piece of, a useful piece of equipment.
Yeah, so
for a labourer or for a farmer.
If somebody had found that, they would have had it.
But I don't think people have gone to the trouble of looking. Maybe a lot of them don't come back because they're dead.
Exactly. Yeah.
Whatever happened here in the hours and days following the battle, the walled city of Visby capitulated soon after. And with it, the whole of the island fell to Valdemar and the Danes. Though it was regained by Sweden years later, medieval Gotland was never the same again. Like their brothers in arms who filled the grave pits outside Visby, somewhere in this landscape, so far undiscovered, lie the defenders of Masterby. mid-1300s, in the small Yorkshire town of Tadcaster, in northern England. By a simple, shallow grave, a body is prepared for burial. There are no grave goods to accompany this person on the last journey to the afterlife. Perhaps just a plain shroud. There are no clues as to who this person was, nor what has taken their life. Now a team of archaeologists investigate. They'll use all their experience and a range of techniques, the latest advances in genetic research and hard work in the ground.
A lot of people were killed in and around Tadcaster.
They'll try to discover who was this person, how did they die, and what can their remains tell us about life more than 600 years ago.
There was less fear of death and more acceptance that it was going to happen.
Until now, the truth was known only to the medieval dead. The medieval world, the 5th to the 15th century. A team of archaeologists investigates medieval life by exploring the world of the medieval dead.
We have a classic view of the storybook medieval life. We don't hear the stories about the common man trying to keep his family alive.
In our stores there are hundreds, if not thousands, of skeletons.
Archaeologically speaking, we can now focus in on the medieval dead people.
You're looking for clues in the skeleton all the time.
And you couldn't help almost look through their eyes thinking, what did they see? How did they die?
The 7th year after it began, it came to England, and first began in the towns and ports joining on the sea coasts. In Dorsetshire, where, as in other counties, it made the country quite void of inhabitants, so that there were almost none left alive, and finally it spread over all England, and so wasted the people, that scarce the 10th person of any sort was left alive. So a chronicler wrote of what befell England in the 14th century. It was a pivotal time in the Middle Ages, across the whole of Europe. The medieval town of Tadcaster, 15 miles south of York in northern England, was no exception. The Yorkshire landscape is prosperous now, but it veils the many years of hardship and suffering that ordinary people endured just to get through their daily lives. The average life expectancy was around just 30 years. Things then were bad enough without war, poverty, famine, and disease.
It's all dirty backgrounds, people walking around in the mud, the dirt, and the lower echelon of society is rough in it. And it wasn't very pleasant. It's easily a third world environment as we would see it today. People living at a subsistence level, hand to mouth, farming at a very basic level. Even when they farm for somebody else, the majority of the crop would go to the church and the state. So again, it goes back up out of their system. For a lot of medieval aspects of archaeology is knight's armour, the conflict. Rather than focusing at the top end of society, we can now focus on the bottom end of society, the people who lived and worked on the land at a very, very basic level. We can do scientific analysis on their skeletal remains, on their teeth, to find out where they were born, where they were brought up, and what sort of food they ate. And so at a subsistence level, we can now record that, and we can see exactly how they lived and what they went through, and sometimes even how they died.
The medieval dead still exist. Around the United Kingdom, skeletal remains are kept for future study.
In our stores in England, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of skeletons that have not been analysed yet. Many of them were excavated in the 60s and 70s. Some are still even unwashed, but these skeletons still warrant analysis.
The University of York's Department of Archaeology preserves many such skeletons, the remains of some of the population of medieval Yorkshire.
The medieval period is very interesting because there are lots of aspects still that we don't know so much about, and it's fascinating to find out more about it. There are documents that might relate to propaganda or political intrigues and so on that distort the actual evidence. And when we have the skeletons themselves and the archaeology itself, we can see what really happened in the medieval period. I think the general public is surprised that there's still so much to be left to be discovered about the medieval period. People relate to other people, so the medieval skeletons are very fascinating to the general public. In the medieval period, you see very different diseases that you might then compared to the post-medieval period or the early medieval period or the Roman period. You try to think about the social context, whether they were from a richer side or a less well-off side, and then you try to look for patterns, whether there was malnutrition at the side if it was a poorer side, or whether they were all very tall people on a wealthier side. So you try to put the skeleton straight away into its archaeological context. The medieval period is clearly a very great distinction between different classes and between different social status of individual, but also a total misunderstanding of diseases and also their cures.
Marlin is often called in to carry out analysis on bones found at the many archaeological sites in and around York and all over the UK. Her work entails establishing all the facts she can about an individual who lived hundreds of years ago, from the bones they leave behind.
I'm an osteoarchaeologist, and what we do is we visually analyse the skeleton. So we determine the age, the sex, the living height, and any diseases the person suffered from or any injuries they suffered from. It's usually not possible to tell the cause of death. And then there are specialists who undertake biomolecular studies of human skeletons, and they can determine much more about the diet of the person by undertaking destructive analysis of the teeth and bones, and they can also often tell where an individual comes from through isotope analysis.
Among the breakthroughs in biomolecular research is DNA analysis. This is revolutionising osteoarchaeology, unlocking whole new areas of potential for the study of skeletal material.
In future, there will be this new generation DNA analysis, which are called SNPs, where you can determine the eye colour, the hair colour, whether somebody had a coffee allergy, and where almost exactly somebody came from. But that's something in the future that we can do with these assemblages that are still stored in British museums.
Most of the skeletons she analyses come from sites where the archaeology is already understood, often as part of a batch of several sets of remains from a recognised burial context, such as a conventional cemetery. But sometimes there's a skeleton that carries with it a little more mystery. Tadcaster has seen centuries of conflict. A castle once stood here from the days of the Normans, though it was a ruin for most of the medieval period. Not far from the town's main church, the site has lain for centuries as waste ground. Raids from the north, battles in the Middle Ages, and the English Civil War have all left their mark on the area, while the Castle Hill site has remained empty and largely free from modern building. Few people ever realised, though, that it was a place of death and decay. Simon Richardson was just a boy here when one school holiday
he heard that a grim discovery had been made in the garden at Castle Hill. It sparked in him a lifelong passion for history and archaeology.
When I was 11 years old, I asked the landowner, or the homeowner, if I could have a look around the garden. People said this undulating landscape was a Roman castle, but it wasn't a Roman castle. Even at 11 years old, I knew it was a motte and bailey from around the period of the Norman conquest. The chap who had the garden, he let me look around. I came back a few more times. One particular day, he showed me some photographs. And they were talking 1975, I was 11. My eyes must have lit up. There were photographs of skeletons which had been excavated from his garden, just over here in fact. And I missed the excavation by a few months. And it turns out he found a bone whilst digging a small vegetable patch. It went to the police and then to the coroner, and they decided that there were human remains. It was a bone from the arm. The remains they'd found were very, very old. They investigated a few areas within the garden, and I think they turned up about 12 individuals. I remember one specific photograph, and it was of a skull, and it had a rhomboid hole in the side of its head, which is like sort of a squat diamond shape. So it was all very, very interesting, and I came for quite a number of years, and I found a large amount of pottery, mainly medieval, but quite a bit of Roman. But I also found some musket balls, which had been eroding out of the slope on the motte over there, and they were from the Battle of Tadcaster, which was 1643.
As Simon's enthusiasm for archaeology grew, he kept going back to Castle Hill to help where he could, as the local historical society explored the site. But then almost 2 decades went by, and after a change in ownership, Simon found the site little resembled the place he knew from childhood.
Quite some number of years later, I came back to the garden, and I was totally taken aback by what I saw. The garden was completely overgrown. I was asked to come down and clear the grounds. It was a huge task, and it took some weeks. One of the first things I did was remove a large hemlock plant, which is a very poisonous plant, which had grown just to the other side of the yew tree there. So just at a fairly shallow depth, I got under the roots, and my spade just caught on something which I thought was a stone, but it turned out to be a skull.
It was a completely unexpected find, and it left Simon wanting to find out more. There was no evidence as to when the body had been buried, though there was one possible clue as to the individual's fate. A small trauma mark on the skull.
About 96, the mass grave was found at Towton Hall. I saw some photographs of some of the skulls which had been excavated at Towton, and they had in the side of the head these rhomboid-shaped holes.
Simon had heard of the excavations at Towton battlefield, where Tim Sutherland had been at work to recover the remains of victims of the battle in 1461.
Remembering the skull with a rhomboid hole in the side of its skull and the ones at Towton, so putting 2 and 2 together, what I'd found there might have been a victim from the Battle of Towton. So then I got in touch with Tim.
Several of the skeletons had trauma marks, including rhomboid holes, thought to have been caused by war hammers or poleaxes. Could the skull belong to a combatant who'd fled the battle during the rout and was killed or died of wounds at Tadcaster? In 2009, Tim and Simon carried out an excavation on the spot where Simon had found the skull. They unearthed the rest of the skeleton and several more partial skeletons. It seemed as if the site had been used as a cemetery. Yet intriguingly, this was outside the bounds of the nearby medieval churchyard. It wasn't straightforward though. Many of the remains were less than ideally preserved.
When we carried out the excavation, we came down onto several skeletons, but they're all very fragmentary or in not very good condition. And then we came down on this one skeleton that was in good condition, and there was more of it showing than the others. And so we thought, right, it was quite a robust person. The bone was in really good condition, so we thought, right, this is the one that we'll try to find out more about. And so we fully excavated it and recorded it and pulled it out of the ground, and we thought, right, this hopefully will be a good enough sample to represent the other skeletons that we found in the whole of the site.
Recording data about the location, orientation and potential age of the burial was vital if clues were to be gathered that could help explain the strange burial.
We're assuming that this one skeleton is representative of everybody in this cemetery because it's in a strange location. It's in the middle of a medieval castle that was falling into ruins, and there was a cemetery, a perfectly good cemetery, just down the hill that they should have really been using. So why weren't they using that? And also some people are buried face down, some people are buried face up. Most of them are east-west, but they all seem to be in little groups, as if they've been rushed. The burials have been rushed. So there's something very unusual going on.
Was it possible that the grave was conflict-related, like the one at Towton? Tim needed to consider the many layers of history affecting Tadcaster to try and understand the confusing nature of the archaeology at Castle Hill.
We have an anomaly that we have skeletons in the ground, and we thought it'd be easy enough. We excavated them. Usually we can date them by the associated pottery or whatever, and therefore you can apply a period, and then you can hypothesise that they were killed in a civil war, or they were Romans or whatever, or Vikings. And then what happened was that the context they were in was completely undecipherable, and so what we needed to fix them, anchored down to a period, was a dating mechanism.
That's really clear, doesn't it?
Well, that was, yeah, we couldn't even walk over there, could we?
There are all big trees on there, they've all gone. It's really opened it up.
Yeah, look at that.
Several years after the excavation, Simon and Tim returned to Castle Hill. The site has changed a lot since they were here, just as it's done throughout its history, over hundreds of years.
You remember when we first came in here, that tree, half of it was almost covered in brambles, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Between that tree and that tree, there was hardly any space at all. And right out here, and there was a huge, huge big brambles, and also the big rabbit warren underneath. On this piece of ground, we've got evidence of Roman remains, potentially a fort or a fortlet. It's something that was guarding the river crossing here. We've got bits and pieces that might be Anglo-Saxon. And then we're into the 11th century when, for some reason, there was a castle built on this site, the classic small Motte and Bailey wooden timber palisaded castle that was built in the 11th century, obviously to guard the river crossing exactly the same way as the Roman fort would have been. The medieval castle was only in existence for about 100 years. And so I presume
it's unusual, that, isn't it?
Yes, it was never developed into anything other than the original Motte and Bailey timber castle. It was never fortified with, or extensively with stonework, and so presumably it just wasn't significant as a location for a castle anymore. And the development of the town is probably 12th, 13th, 14th century, and therefore that's when the major river crossing moves away from the ford here onto the present location of the bridge. And that's when the town develops around the bridge, as they quite often do.
Yeah.
And then, of course, this place is abandoned completely. And there's nothing here then for a significant number of years, possibly even until the English Civil War, when it was refortified to a certain degree. We know that because it was obviously fought over.
Yeah.
And then it looks like it was abandoned completely until the 18th century, or late 17th, 18th century, when
the house is
when they
built.
built the house. And then, of course, they turned it into formal gardens. And that brings up the question as to why these skeletons that were found here in the 70s, and then we subsequently refound, why were these skeletons buried on these bodies buried on the top of this hill? Are they Roman? Are they Anglo-Saxon? Are they Norman? Are they post-Roman? Are they English Civil War, for example? Are they people that died during one of the sieges of Tadcaster? Or are they significantly later? And we need to know that.
The important bridge at Tadcaster forms a vital crossing point of the River Wharfe. Historically, its position has held significant strategic importance. This means the town has been no stranger to war over the centuries, particularly in the medieval period. Tim had to consider a number of possibilities,
to support the idea that the skeleton might have been the result of conflict. In the early 14th century, the Scottish leader William Wallace led attacks into England, and many were killed during his raids on the York area.
It's not commonly known that the Scots travelled this far south and succeeded in creating a lot of damage, but they did. They moved further south than this, and there were conflicts in and around, this area, and it's known that there was conflict when the Scots invaded in the early 1300s down here.
But the most significant military event in the Tadcaster area for hundreds of years dated to the 15th century, more than 150 years after Wallace. In 1461, thousands of men fled through the town, routing from the Battle of Towton, just a few miles away.
One of the reasons we thought there may have been a cemetery here is the extension of the cemetery needed when, in 1461, after the Battle of Towton, there was a significant route between Towton through Tadcaster on the way to York, which is on the same route. And what happened is that significant numbers of people were caught because the bridge had been broken by the Lancastrians in order to stop the Yorkists invading York. And so what happened is there's a lot of people who were killed in and around Tadcaster at the time. We know this from the documentary evidence. And we thought, well, potentially this could be a cemetery associated with the dead people that were caught up in the Wars of the Roses. And of course, by dating the skeleton to potentially the mid-1400s, it might have been the case that that was what has happened.
Ascertaining why the skeleton was buried here was not going to be simple. It wasn't even clear what sex it was. Detailed analysis was needed. Marlin Holst was asked to carry out the osteological analysis of the Tadcaster skeleton.
There are certain individuals that really stick out, partly maybe because they have unusual pathology or because they have a particularly well-preserved skeleton, but some you really connect with and you feel for them if they suffered or you see what circumstances they were buried under and you're trying to understand the reasoning behind that. So some people you really do connect with.
The bones were strong and solid, showing signs of a relatively long life of hard work. What's more, the bones appeared to be those of a woman. This meant the skeleton couldn't be that of a soldier. But could the victim still have been in the grave as a result of conflict? A clue on the skeleton at first caused Tim to speculate the woman might have died through being caught up in a battle, or its aftermath. One of the marks on the skull, as Simon had found, seemed to indicate trauma and injury.
We initially thought there was some head trauma. It looked like a blade wound on parts of the skull. And so we got really excited and thinking, this is it. It is a result of head trauma during conflict or whatever. Subsequently, had the skeleton analysed and it looked like it was done by a spade. And of course, these skeletons are just below the surface. So of course, obviously with a little bit of overactive digging, you could cause some damage to the skeletal material.
The radiocarbon result finally puts paid to the idea of a conflict-related cause of death. The skeleton was from the mid-1300s. This put it too late to be as a result of Wallace, and too early for Towton. One by one, the options were being eliminated.
So of course that's another thing we can just wipe away and say fair enough, now we've managed to cancel that. So it's like we know that they're not Roman, we know they're not Anglo-Saxon, we know they're not from the 15th century to the Wars of the Roses, we know they're not Civil War soldiers that were fighting in and around the settlement here and the castle itself. And so we managed to squeeze it down to a very narrow period of time.
Tim was forced to think again. What else was going on in the mid-1300s in Yorkshire?
This is where we start getting some interesting results, because we radiocarbon dated it, and it dated quite securely to the early to mid 1300s, because the castle has already been abandoned by them. If the castle's been abandoned, it's obviously waste ground. It might have been farmed or cultivated as a private allotment. But if something happened in a very short period of time that accumulated large numbers of dead people in a small cemetery, and that was unusual.
Rushed burials, particularly of more than one body, could suggest a cause of death that in some ways was even more terrifying than battle.
One of the things that immediately strikes you is that the whole of Europe was decimated by the Black Death, by the plague. Between a third and half the population potentially died, of Europe died. A significant number of people died in and around Tadcaster. And that means that the cemeteries would have been full. Within a few months or a year or so, the cemeteries would have been full, because there's just nowhere else to put them. There could be potentially hundreds of people dying in a very short period of time in and around Tadcaster, and the surrounding district, because remember, this is a parish church. And so, of course, it attracted a lot of people from in and around Tadcaster, significantly distant from Tadcaster itself. And so they would have been drawn here to be buried after their life had ended.
The Black Death ripped across the landscape, wiping out entire communities. Yorkshire was no exception. For the people of medieval England who experienced it, life was never the same again. Piers Mitchell lectures in biological anthropology at the University of Cambridge. He's studied how what we now know as bubonic plague spread throughout medieval Europe.
There are certain epidemic diseases like bubonic plague that many people would have never experienced until the epidemic swept through. And then virtually everyone would have been exposed to it, and a proportion of people would have died. For example, in the Black Death in 1348, perhaps 50–60% of people seem to have died in Europe.
Coping with such catastrophic losses must have been traumatic for the survivors, who had to rebuild their lives.
We have to remember that in medieval Europe, attitudes to death were somewhat different to what they are now. Religion was very important, and the place of the church was very important. So, although no one particularly wanted to die, there was a much stronger thought that what's important is that you live your life so you go to heaven when you do die. So, unlike today, there was less fear of death and more acceptance that it was going to happen, and people were taught by the church that what's important is when you did die, you'd lived a good enough life to go to heaven. And so there were slightly different attitudes to disease and different attitudes to death. You didn't necessarily have to be cured of a disease to have a good life, but so long as you prayed and ticked all the boxes from the point of view of the church, then it didn't matter if you died early, because if you went to heaven, that's what life was all about to the medieval mind.
The Black Death outbreak in the 14th century killed large numbers of people very quickly. Up to now, the only known evidence for mass deaths of this kind is from London. Could the comparatively small number of skeletons at Tadcaster also be a result of the plague?
The problem is we assume that the individuals from the Black Death were buried in massive pits. Well, a lot of that wouldn't have been possible in normal churchyards. They were usually packed with remains, so it's likely that a lot of these plague pits were actually not in consecrated ground, or were in ground that was later consecrated. And I'm sure there have been assemblages found in Britain where the assumption has been that they are plague cemeteries, but it hasn't been proven.
Marlin set about finding how to verify whether the woman had died from Black Death, and a recent discovery in bioarchaeology provided the means to do so. DNA analysis techniques have developed dramatically in recent decades. Caused by the Yersinia pestis bacteria and transmitted to humans by the fleas of infected rodents, bubonic plague, or Black Death, is a pathogenic killer. Though Yersinia pestis was discovered in 1894, its genome has only recently been decoded. This genomic sequence now allows scientists to pinpoint the existence of bubonic plague in the intact DNA of ancient skeletons. Michelle Mundy is an expert on analysing the biomolecular structure of archaeological specimens.
When we have a skeleton and we can look at it morphologically, we can say certain things about it, and then if you want to get down to the molecular level and look at DNA, what we can look at different genes. We can say, more or less what colour eyes someone might have had in the past. We can look at skin tone. We can look at things like whether they had runny earwax or not. These are all genes that we know what they do, so that we can look for them. We can look for the genetic changes that cause these particular features to arise in your body. All of these things will tell us something about a person in the past. They might not have actually manifested them completely, so we might be able to say this person has the gene for this, but we don't know how much that was actually manifested in their actual life. I don't think we'll ever definitely get to that. There's a difference between what's in our genetics and what we actually did throughout life. So a lot of what we look like and our personalities is, as you know, half about what's in our genes and what's in our lifestyle, how we've been brought up.
Marlin visits Michelle to find out more about the skeleton from Tadcaster.
It would be interesting to see whether this skeleton actually is related in any way, or the mass grave is related in any way to the Black Death.
What's inside is what we're actually going to be sampling, which is the dental pulp, which is right in the centre of the tooth. So what the specialists will do when they actually have the tooth, they'll probably cut it all longitudinally down the middle and scrape out with a small dental implement the pulp that's inside and use that for the DNA. Although you can get DNA out of any tissue that's surviving, the best to go for, or the best material to go for, would be the teeth, because the dental enamel is what's protecting the DNA inside. It's much harder for things to get inside teeth than it is for things to get inside bone, and vice versa to get out as well. So we want to use a tooth that is as intact as possible, has as much of the enamel there which would have protected the DNA inside, and we want these roots to be fused. We're going to have to take one of these teeth out of the jaw, and we were going to go for this one here. Yeah. Unlike the other ones, it doesn't have quite as much wear. There is a bit of wear on the top there, but hopefully that hasn't actually reached the dental pulp inside. So that's probably going to be the best one for the job. So we're going to go for site code
TAD CH09.
And we're going to go for Y pestis, Yersinia pestis, which is the causative agent of the Black Death. The trouble with plague is that it kills you too quickly for your skeleton to react to it. So we'll need to use DNA, because you won't be able to look at a skeleton and say, we think this person's died of plague. Whereas you can look at a skeleton and say, we think this person might have been suffering from tuberculosis or leprosy and those sorts of ailments. We can look at the skeleton for that, because they are long-term diseases where your bone, often, they might have had it for a long time, and in which case your bone has actually reacted to the disease. Plague, no chance.
Well, the DNA analysis would be very, very interesting in terms of whether we can tell whether this individual did suffer from the plague, because, as Michelle has said, this is something that we just cannot do from the osteological analysis of the skeleton.
Did the woman die as a result of plague? As the plague spread across Europe, it had a great effect on the structure of society. Entire cultures had to adapt quickly to enormous losses in their working population.
The Black Death swept right across Europe from 1348 to about 1352 and had major effects, not only on people's lives, but the social structure of Europe at that time. It seems that perhaps 50 or 60% of people across Europe died during the Black Death. Firstly, it would have profound effects on the genetics of medieval Europeans. If you think there's something different about the 60% that died and the 40% that didn't. So it's quite likely to have significantly affected our gene pool now, so that we may be better able to resist certain kinds of infectious disease because those of us that couldn't cope with the Black Death had our genes removed from society. Secondly, it had significant effects upon the population number. A lot of the poor had to rely on the little work that was available. They were attached to the land. They couldn't move about and live where they wanted to. A lot of them had to live where their hut was, and they had to give a lot of their income on work for a particular landowner or noble. When you have 60% of workmen die, then you suddenly have this bizarre position where there's a shortage of labour and people can move around because the landowner next door is prepared to pay you to go and work for him. And people could move to towns and get work there because all the labourers were dead. And so suddenly people weren't tied to the land anymore. They weren't semi-slaves to the nobility. And we have a complete breakdown and change in the way people saw the ability to advance themselves, to move around the country and to change their career path. So in many different ways, the Black Death had a major effect on both Britain and the rest of Europe, so that we find life in the 12th and 13th century is very different to the late 14th and 15th century.
Societal changes like this help pinpoint events such as plague in the historical record, even though until very recently there was no way to identify archaeological evidence. Now the DNA results are in, and Tim has exciting news.
But just before we've done the research, somebody finds the DNA of the Yersinia pestis. And so obviously not to utilise that would have been crazy. So we asked them, and it tentatively looks as though it's evidence of the plague, which is unbelievable. And it's very unusual, I believe, because to find a plague cemetery that's not either a mass grave or somewhere very urban like London, for example, where they found huge burial pits from huge plague pits. But to find what looks like almost a normal cemetery with evidence of the plague in it is fantastic. And so it leads on to other things. You know, what can we say about this cemetery? What can we find out about the plague that's not evidence in a mass plague pit, for example? And so it's really good news for us. We've answered the main question. It does look like it's a plague cemetery. That ties in with the date really nicely. It also explains why they're where they are in an old abandoned castle. And so in terms of the remit of why we were doing the research, we've got a result. It's been fantastic.
The presence of Yersinia pestis in the DNA of the skeleton from Tadcaster is extremely interesting, because we are only just starting to be able to even detect the DNA for Yersinia pestis. The genome for Yersinia pestis has only just been found about a year and a half ago. So this is very new stuff. We can never normally tell how people died unless it was a traumatic death, for example, a skull injury or something like that. So it's very rare that we can say what a person's cause of death is. And in this case, of course, we also can't say Yersinia pestis or the plague was definitely the cause, but it's very likely. If she suffered from the plague, then it's likely that that was the cause of death.
So would this explain the burials at Tadcaster in the remains of the castle away from consecrated ground? The problem of having to bury sudden large numbers of dead would have given the people of Tadcaster a serious problem.
What's happening is the normal method of dying and the disposal of the dead has been interrupted. There are just large numbers of dead. The cemetery is expanding to its limits. And now we've got evidence it's actually burst out of the cemetery and it's gone into this waste ground, which was the old abandoned medieval castle. Every day, 1 or 2 people are dying in a very local community. So imagine if people you know and they're literally dying around you, one after the other, one day after another, and then another one goes. And it must have induced some sort of terror in you because you don't know when you're going to go or if you're going to go. And so the whole atmosphere must have been really charged by this whole uncertainty about, are you going to survive? Are you going to end up on this hill in an abandoned castle up outside a normal cemetery? But you would have heard about it throughout Tadcaster, throughout the whole of York, throughout the whole of England, and beyond England. It was spreading across Europe.
Even though it's known that plague affected almost all the country, DNA analysis like this provides a way of finding conclusive archaeological proof.
There's only really one known plague cemetery in Britain, and that's Smithfield in London, where it was always suspected that actually these were plague victims, and the individuals are buried in large pits. So it could have also been another disease, but that was proven very recently that these appear to have had the plague. So this is really only the second individual or the second assemblage from Britain where this has been proven, so it's very exciting. And the excavation only uncovers a couple of skeletons, and only one of those was lifted, so we don't really know the extent of the grave or the number of skeletons, but it's possible that this is a plague pit and there are many skeletons there.
Many questions have been answered about the life and death of a woman buried in a shallow grave with a few other individuals over 6.5 centuries ago. For Simon Richardson, it's decades since his childhood interest and enthusiasm for archaeology set him on the way to discovering the skull at Castle Hill.
I suppose this garden's played a bit of an important part in my life because, you know, finding what I found here, I mean, this is just some of the examples of the pottery I was finding in the flower beds. I suppose you could say this handful of pottery got me where I am today. I'm fortunate enough to work on battlefields and other medieval sites around Britain and Europe, so I have a lot to be thankful for.
The woman whose body Simon discovered had lain within sight of the church in which he himself was married and in which his children were christened. It's a reminder that the archaeology we find in the ground is often all that remains of the trace of a human life. Such is the fragility of what we leave behind, beyond written record or living memory.
Wow. I've never expected that. Crikey. I've lived in Tadcaster over 40 years and I've never expected to see it like this. You do think about these people when you dig them up. I mean, they're only bones, they're only human remains when we find them. But who was she? Was she an important person within the town? Was she a mother? She probably worshipped in this church. She probably crossed the bridge nearly every day to go to the other side of the town. Drank in some of the old taverns and things.
washed her clothes in the river. These things we'll never know. I mean, all we have are the human remains to go on. But it doesn't stop you thinking. Once upon a time, she was a living, breathing person, and she's ended up in this bit of waste ground. We now know she died a horrible death, and she died of the plague. If I had knocked on the door all those years ago, when I was 11 years old, she'd probably still be laid dead there in the ground, undiscovered, forgotten about.
York, second city of England in medieval times. Daily life is hard enough without the ever-present shadow that stalks all members of society, from kings to beggars. Centuries before the discovery of penicillin, people go about their lives knowing that only church or meagre charity will be their help if they fall prey to the spectre of disease. For more than 700 years, a woman lay buried below the old stone streets of York. There was no record of who she was, nor of the awful condition she had to endure without hope of a cure.
You accepted death was going to be with you soon.
Now new research is unlocking the story of her life by uncovering the evidence contained in her bones.
It could be the proto-NHS, but a long, long time ago.
The medieval world, the 5th to the 15th century. A team of archaeologists investigates medieval life by exploring the world of the medieval dead.
We have a classic view of the storybook medieval life. We don't hear the stories about the common man trying to keep his family alive.
In our stores there are hundreds, if not thousands, of skeletons.
Archaeologically speaking, we can now focus in on the medieval dead people.
You're looking for clues in the skeleton all the time.
And you couldn't help almost look through their eyes thinking, what did they see? How did they die?
I forbid you ever to enter a church, a monastery, a fair, a mill, a market, or an assembly of people. I forbid you to leave your house unless dressed in your recognizable garb and also shod. I forbid you to share house with any woman but your wife. I command you, if accosted by anyone while travelling on a road, to set yourself downwind of them before you answer. I forbid you to enter any narrow passage, lest a passerby bump into you. I forbid you, wherever you go, to touch the rim or the rope of a well without donning your gloves. I forbid you to touch any child or give them anything. I forbid you to drink or eat from any vessel but your own. The words of the Mass of Separation, thought by some to have been spoken by medieval churchmen to sufferers of leprosy. In the middle of the Middle Ages, around the 10th to 11th century, the medieval world rises. As the Dark Ages are gradually left behind, the rate of change within societies gathers momentum. Across Europe and the Near East, societies experience huge change. Birth rates increase and populations grow. Migration between countries increases, and within countries, migration from the land to urban areas. Towns and cities grow to accommodate vast new populations, and more people brings more problems such as overcrowding, poverty, war. As if the everyday folk of the medieval world didn't have enough hazards to contemplate, it's a time of expansion too for mankind's greatest enemy, disease. It's an age still several centuries before the discovery of bacteria and penicillin. In cramped towns and remote rural areas alike, sanitation and hygiene were misunderstood or completely absent. The 15th century Dutch cleric Erasmus knew how filthy were the houses of most people. Floors are laid with white clay and are covered with rushes, occasionally renewed, but so imperfectly that the bottom layer is left undisturbed, sometimes for 20 years. Harbouring expectoration, vomiting, the leakage of dogs and men, ale droppings, scraps of fish, and other abominations not fit to be mentioned. Conditions were perfect for bacteria and the spread of infection. Disease had no equal in the misery it could inflict. There were no defences against it, no inoculations, no cures. By our standards today, it's inconceivable the people of medieval England endured such living conditions.
Did they have a really pleasant life, live a life of luxury, eat the right foods, have a really pleasant, rich lifestyle? Or did they suffer some of the most horrendous diseases known to man? Leprosy, syphilis, things that really affected them and even took the evidence with them to the grave. And so looking at the skeleton, you can see them and say, that was not a nice way to live or to die.
Archaeologists now recognise that much can be learned from the study of disease. Its effects are locked away in the archaeological record, in the skeletal remains of the population of the Middle Ages, the medieval dead. Charlotte Roberts has spent her career studying archaeological human remains through the lens of biological research. She's a bioarchaeologist.
I think the term bioarchaeologist melds the two disciplines of biology, so looking at the biological evidence for disease, with the archaeological context. I need to understand the archaeology of the site from which these skeletons come from to be able to interpret the evidence for disease that I see in the skeletons.
Charlotte is an expert in paleopathology, the study of diseases within the archaeological record, tracing their history and development. It's a relatively new discipline, having grown primarily over the past 50 years. But now recently it's been helped by developments in new methods, such as DNA analysis of the pathogens that cause infectious disease. It's a branch of archaeology which has the potential to influence current or future healthcare.
Can we, as paleopathologists, actually study those diseases and help explain, inform what we see today, and perhaps predict the future? We know, even just from historical documents in the past, that a lot of infectious diseases were pretty rife in the medieval period, and a lot of that was to do with the type of living conditions people had, the types of diet they were eating, or what diets they weren't eating. So these people are from late medieval York, buried at a site called Fishergate House. About 200 of them, and a lot of them were we would call non-adults, so they're not adults in age.
At the University of Durham, students learn how to spot evidence of disease.
It's part of the skill of a bioarchaeologist, detecting the traces of infection on skeletal remains.
The ribs. Yeah. And it actually is...
To be able to teach and research in paleopathology, you need to have skeletal remains or mummified remains to work with. In the medieval period, there seemed to be a huge range of infectious diseases, many of which that we wouldn't actually be able to see on the skeleton because they only affect the soft tissues. But the key ones for me would be tuberculosis and leprosy, both caused by bacteria, as is something called treponemal disease. So those three, what I would call specific infections, were ones that could cause damage to the skeleton and were pretty frequent in the medieval period.
One of the most prevalent of these medieval diseases was syphilis, still known today as a venereal condition. Archaeologist and paleopathologist Don Brothwell has studied ancient diseases in human and animal remains for almost half a century.
That is suspicious, as if it could be surgical. First of all, you've got to realise that there are 3 clinical diseases, and venereal syphilis is just one of them. And that probably, if you're thinking in terms of an evolutionary tree of diseases, that is close to the other 2, but in fact probably is the last evolving venereal syphilis from this other group called the treponemes, or treponematosis, the whole group is called. And the other 2 are endemic syphilis and yaws. Endemic syphilis, you pick it up usually during the first 10 years of your life. It's linked with poor hygiene, sharing food vessels and that sort of thing. So it's within family groups, you're all together eating, sharing food utensils and so on. So this is where it all begins. So it's easily caught during childhood, and then it gradually progresses through into the adult period. Now, endemic syphilis was probably affected a lot of the populations during medieval times in the Near East. Now, our connection there, of course, was with the Crusades, for instance. So we're likely to have probably picked up endemic syphilis and brought it through into Northern Europe. I think at that stage, probably well-defined venereal syphilis, sexually transmitted syphilis, probably wasn't around or was extremely uncommon.
Through his work in paleopathology, Don believes that syphilis underwent a fundamental change, identified through remains in the archaeological record. The transformation happened within the medieval period, at the height of the great population changes then occurring.
But what I think was happening during the medieval period was that, in fact, the disease endemic syphilis was becoming transformed, and it was becoming transformed because it had to move through into Northern Europe, into different societies in colder climates and so on. So the medieval world was very interesting from this point of view for the evolution of venereal syphilis, I think. This is really quite an interesting phenomenon that was going on during the medieval period. We know diseases have changed. They change their face through the years, modifying themselves and so on. I mean, Darwin would have been excited by this, only he didn't know about it at the time. We don't know how many times it's changed. This is something which we still really have to study. We can study the evolution of man, but in relation to that, there's also the evolution of the diseases which were following him through time, as it were.
The work of paleopathologists is being aided as more skeletal remains become available for study. Less stigma is attached now than in previous eras to excavating Christian burials from the medieval period and even later.
Now, in terms of numbers of bones or skeletons, let's just take England. or Britain. Now we're excavating more Christian burial grounds, and that's why they're beginning to turn up in more numbers. So we have now quite a few cemeteries, either earlier medieval or later medieval.
One of the most notorious diseases of the medieval period still carries with it today the stigma of uncleanliness and decay. It was a terrible condition to endure in medieval times, though it was, and still is, one made worse for sufferers by the plethora of myths, superstitions, and inaccuracies which surround it. The Bible did nothing to alleviate this.
One myth about leprosy is that it's described in the Bible, and unfortunately that myth has led to the continued stigmatisation of people with leprosy today. But it is believed now that the word in the Bible that people have used as indicating leprosy was a mistranslation of a Hebrew word, which basically means skin diseases, impurity, but not leprosy specifically.
Misrepresentations like this mean leprosy is still generally regarded as being incurable.
Another myth is that leprosy is incurable, but it is curable with antibiotics. And in fact, the treatment's been free since 1995. So if people can get access to the treatment, then they can be cured. So leprosy is curable, but people call it the living death.
By modern standards, it's a serious but curable infection.
Leprosy is a bacterial infection, so caused by bacteria. The bacteria ends up in the lungs, usually from someone with leprosy coughing and sneezing over someone else, and then they inhale the droplets containing the bacteria. So it establishes itself in the lungs, and then potentially it will spread to other parts of the body.
The bacteria affects the bones of the face, mainly the architecture of the nasal area. It can also affect the nervous system, the sensory nerves, motor nerves, and the autonomic nervous system. Sufferers lose their sense of feeling, leading to damage to the fingers and toes going unnoticed and becoming ulcerated and infected, which can then spread to the bones. Another crude myth dogs leprosy sufferers, that they lose fingers and toes. Again, it's a misrepresentation of the disease's symptoms.
When the infection affecting the hands and feet, or the hand and foot bones, gets established, the fingers and toes are affected and they tend to absorb. So the ends of the fingers and toes absorb and the fingers and toes get shorter and shorter and shorter. But the skin contracts around what's left of the fingers and toes, and the actual nails, the fingernails and toenails, are actually retained. So they don't drop off, the toes and fingers just get shorter. So to be able to recognise leprosy in skeletons, we're looking for those facial changes, and we're looking for changes in the hands and the feet.
Probably the greatest myth surrounding leprosy is that it causes fatality. In fact, it weakens the immune system, meaning death can occur from whatever other infections the individual is also exposed to, such as tuberculosis in medieval times. Yet leprosy sufferers were just as likely to die from everyday conditions such as heart attack or stroke, though they might have lived with the disease for decades beforehand.
Leprosy is called a living death because you don't die from it, and you can live for many years with it, but you can get complications that will eventually kill you, like kidney problems. But I think the living death phrase attached to leprosy has perhaps come through history, and I'm not entirely certain that that would have been the case for everyone in the medieval period, feeling that it was the living death.
Is it possible that medieval people had a more pragmatic, accepting view of leprosy than up to now we've given them credit for? Our perceptions today of leprosy are influenced by 19th century attitudes, when sufferers were banished to remote places like condemned criminals, known as leper colonies.
So when we come to the 19th century and the treatment of people with leprosy, then we see a lot of islands being used for segregation of people with leprosy. Robben Island off the south coast of South Africa was where people were sent with leprosy. Spinalonga, the island off the side of Crete in Greece, and Molokai in Hawaii. Documentary sources suggest their existence wasn't very pleasant, so you can imagine the sort of existence these people were having at that time.
The 19th century was the time of mass transportation of criminals, as well as the sufferers of infectious disease. In the medieval period, this practice was still hundreds of years in the future. They had to deal with the problem of leprosy in society in different ways. Medical knowledge of disease was still in the realm of alchemy and superstition.
If you went to a doctor in medieval period, they would have described the cause of illness as being due to an imbalance of your humours. At that time, the idea of health was based upon the four humours of blood, phlegm, black bile and yellow bile being in balance. And if they were out of balance or if they were corrupted, then that led to illness.
Piers Mitchell is a consultant doctor and bioarchaeologist. He's studied the principles on which medieval medicine was taught and administered.
Now, among the higher clergy, we have this concept that sin may be a cause of illness. In the 13th century, for example, the Fourth Lateran Council specifically states that before a doctor should treat a sick patient, they should have abolition of their sins, because certain diseases will not get better, regardless of how good a doctor is, unless God forgives the sins that caused it. Most people who fell ill in the medieval period would just be looked after by their family until they got better or died. Those who were wealthy, who could afford a physician, or in fact the nobles who would have employed a physician to look after them full time as such, these people would have had medical intervention and treatment. And of course the physician would assess their humoral balance by looking at their urine, checking their pulse, and all the other ways they would interpret humoral balance.
Around the 11th century, as the problem of leprosy grew in European cities, special hospitals began to appear.
In the medieval period, we start to see the setting up of hospitals known as leprosaria, which was specifically for people they felt had leprosy. People with leprosy generally wanted to be in these leprosaria. They were felt to be a good place to be. They were looked after, they were fed and watered, they had a chaplain, and they could say prayers and prepare themselves for the next life. And they often saw having leprosy as a way of making penance for their sins, so that they'd already had been cleansed of their sins, so that they were in a better position to get into heaven.
Leprosaria were places where, by relative standards, a genuine humanist approach was adopted, rather than being places to hide away unsightly or undesirable elements of society.
Historians are now saying from documentary data that they were actually fairly pleasant places to be, because at least you got fed and you got a roof over your head, somewhere to sleep, and it was probably better than living in a gutter with no food and no shelter.
They are often independent institutions set up by a rich nobleman or a businessman who would want to have a philanthropic way of spending their money, so everyone in town thought they were really nice. But also it was a way of getting prayers said for their soul, so that when they died, if they were not able to go straight to heaven, there were people praying for them so that they would then be able to proceed to go into heaven to make up for the sins that they may have made during their life. And so we find from the 11th century onwards a rapid rise in the foundation not only of leprosaria for people with leprosy, but also of general hospitals and almshouses and any way that you were providing care for the poor or the needy where they would say prayers for your soul.
Medieval leprosy hospitals were different to the later 19th century colonies. They were not places for people cast out from society, in forbidden, remote places. They were more a part of society, and their siting reflected this. Leprosaria were often in the midst of the new busy towns and cities.
People talk about the siting of leprosy hospitals outside city walls, but if you think about it, it was quite a logical place to put them because they were often on roadsides, at crossroads, by bridges, and it was a good place to get charity, you know, to get people to give them money, to get them to give them food.
Skeletal remains showing signs of leprosy are rare. The effects of the disease only manifest in the bones in a very small number of cases. Due to the way the disease affects particular parts of the skeleton, such as the bones of the face, they often don't survive well in the ground. In 2007, a skeleton was found following development work in Dixon Lane, York, in the Walmgate area within the medieval walls. The York Archaeological Trust excavated the site, believed to be the cemetery associated with the lost church of St. Stephen's. Osteoarchaeologist Malin Holst was asked to carry out a full analysis of the skeleton and to confirm that the individual had suffered from leprosy.
This skeleton here is from the medieval period, probably the high medieval period, so the 12th to 15th century. And she was found together with 116 other skeletons in the centre of York, not too far from Clifford's Tower. And it's a female skeleton. You can tell by this area here of the pelvis, which is very wide. And she was quite old, well, for medieval standards. She was at least 46 years old, but probably older. But unfortunately, because the aging of the skeleton relies on the deterioration of the joints, we can't age skeletons beyond the age of 46. So she could have been 93 years old or 47. So we can't tell. So the interesting thing with this skull, we've got some lesions that are associated with leprosy. So the area here of the nose is more eroded, or is eroded, which normally wouldn't be the case. And that's typical of the so-called rhinomaxillary syndrome in skeletons of individuals with leprosy. She also has lesions in the fingers that could be associated with leprosy. You can see here, this is the first digit of the finger, this part here, and this bit is the middle digit here, so it's this digit there. And you can see that this is normal in shape, but this part here is actually tapered at the distal end, and that's probably the result of leprosy, and it's the same in all of the central digits or parts of the digits in both hands. I think from looking at the skeleton, you can certainly say that she was cared for because she lived to a good age. She probably had the leprosy infection for some time. And normally leprosy infection occurs during childhood or young adulthood. So the fact that she's at least 46 years old means that she's lived for some time with this infection. Now what is interesting as well is that she's got very thick dental plaque on some of the teeth. You can get an awful lot of information from this material because basically everything that goes into your mouth can be trapped in this material. This is rock hard, this is very, very tough stuff. So it can literally trap anything. There can be evidence for smoking or for what people ate, for example, raspberries and so on. There can also be flower weevils. So all sorts of things can be trapped in these things, and now we have the technology to analyze it. So this is very interesting stuff, and the thicker the better. Also the person's DNA that can be trapped there.
Research is now being done to broaden the understanding of leprosy and other infectious diseases in archaeology. Up to now, it's not always been possible to say for certain that an individual had leprosy, only if they had had it long enough for it to make recognizable changes on the surface of bones. Yet now, with new DNA techniques, it's becoming possible to unlock information preserved within skeletal remains. At the University of York's Department of Bioarchaeology, Sarah Fidiment and Camilla Speller are developing new techniques to do this. One involves sampling organic material from within one of the best preserved parts of the skeleton, the teeth. In particular, they're interested in the dental calculus, or plaque, that builds up through daily life. If it isn't brushed away, the calculus forms deposits as hard as enamel itself, which can last for thousands of years.
So this is the skeleton from Dixon Lane, and it does have nice thick deposits of dental plaque.
Oh, wow.
That's great.
Yeah, no, that is a lot.
Do you think that's thick enough?
I think so.
Definitely.
We think so. I think if we start with these and just see how much we collect. Yeah.
There's at least 5 with considerable amounts.
Mm-hmm.
Calculus is basically the best reservoir we have of the bacterial history of that person. So we have remains of any of the possible diseases caused by bacteria. The remains are basically mineralized and preserved perfectly. So we're managing to get really good information both from DNA and proteins. So it's an invaluable source, really. It starts off as a biofilm on the teeth, so a thin layer covering the enamel, and as the bacteria grows and as time goes on, that what was a film will become mineralized, and that basically is what preserves all the bacteria in a perfect state. And layers just consecutively grow on top. If you don't clean your teeth, then it just accumulates layer after layer. And these have particularly good calculus.
Seems a shame that the dentist comes along now and scrapes off all our calculus. You know, we pay them so much to remove it. We hope to do 2 different analyses on it, or 3. We'd like to look at the protein component, so looking both at the human proteins but also at the bacterial proteins. We're going to do DNA analysis on it and amplify the bacterial DNA of all the different bacterial species that are in there, and hopefully we'll be catching the mycobacterium that causes leprosy, so Mycobacterium leprae. And so we're looking specifically at this skeleton to see if we can reconstruct the ancient genome of Mycobacterium leprae, so we can see what leprosy, the genetic makeup of leprosy in the past, and compare it to today. Yeah. We're just only discovering really what a rich reservoir calculus is for these bacteria. And so this is one of the first applications, is to look beyond oral bacteria and now look at other maybe systemic diseases. Once you combine that, you know, with the archaeological context and also with other information that you can get from the skeleton, you can sort of piece together quite a full picture of somebody's life.
Sarah and Camilla's research is ongoing, and just one means by which the long-term history of diseases can be explored and tracked through time. The same way human and other behaviours are contained within the archaeological record. Piers Mitchell, too, has studied the archaeological evidence for infectious disease, in particular through his work in the Middle East relating to the Crusades. He studied how one of the military orders of knights was dedicated to helping with the problem of leprosy in the disease-ridden Crusader states.
The Order of St. Lazarus was a Latin, European-style monastic order that was actually set up in the early 12th century in the Middle East as a result of the Crusades. It started off as a medical order where people with leprosy would be looked after by healthy people who were often pilgrims who came out to the East and decided to settle. By the 1140s, the Order of St. Lazarus expanded, so it didn't just have this leprous area outside Jerusalem. It set up one in Acre, and it set up a number of other leprous areas in Caesarea and so on, other places in the Kingdom of Jerusalem and the other Frankish states. We find them expanding so that the leprous area that had been built in as independent institutions in Europe were then donated by people who couldn't really afford to run them anymore and given to the Order of St. Lazarus, so it was then their job to look after them. What we find is over time, when knights and crusaders either developed leprosy or developed leprosy in Europe but wanted to spend the rest of their life doing something what they felt was really important, they could join the Order of St. Lazarus, so that we find that by the 13th century, the Order of St. Lazarus has a significant military component where they fight with the army of the King of Jerusalem, and the Knights of the Order of St. Lazarus would fight in their own component as part of the King's army. But they do tend to have had a reputation of rarely coming back. So while it may be that they deliberately wanted to fight to the death because they felt if you're going to die fighting the enemies of Christendom, then that may well have meant that you would then go straight to heaven from their views on what happened after death. But a number of battles in the 1240s and 1250s, we find that either all the members of the Order of St. Lazarus that took part died, or only a few returned alive.
Within decades, the Order's influence extended from the Holy Land in the east to England.
In England, there were about perhaps 320 leprous area built altogether during the medieval period, and only 8 of them were part of the Order of St. Lazarus. So you can see how the majority of leprous area were still independent institutions paid for and run by towns or by the nobility.
So far as is known, the Order of St. Lazarus operated no hospitals in the city of York, yet Charlotte Roberts believes the woman from Dixon Lane could still have received treatment in the city. She's come to the University of York's Department of Archaeology at King's Manor. Her aim is to find out what she can about medieval York's leprosy hospitals and whether there's a link between any of them and the Dixon Lane burial site. Marlin Holst knows the city's archaeological sites. She's carried out osteological analysis on many of the skeletons from them.
I did a little bit of research trying to find out how many leprous area there were in York in the medieval period. There was quite an early one in the 12th century, St. Nicholas.
Right, yeah.
I think you found that one, haven't you?
Yes,
Yeah.
that was excavated by the York Archaeological Trust.
The records that remain seem to indicate that the city's leprous area were places where people in need who did not necessarily have leprosy could also receive shelter.
I noticed in the documentary evidence for this hospital that both people with leprosy and also the poor were admitted to this hospital.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So it's a big mix.
The Dixon Lane skeleton was part of the St. Stephen's Cemetery skeletal assemblage, which was excavated here in this area, which was right next to the King's Fish Pool here. And I think that was excavated together with 113 other skeletons, again, none of which had leprosy. So is that common then, that they have a marginal position?
Well, it's been suggested that they had a marginal position, but my research also suggests that generally skeletons with leprosy from archaeological sites, and this is all over the world that I've located, are usually not in leprous area, and if they are in just normal parish cemeteries, they're not marginalised.
Oh, right.
They're within, with everyone else.
Yeah.
So they're not made special.
She was just right amongst all the other skeletons, yeah.
If the skeleton was buried in a marginal position, this could indicate an association with leprosy, that the burial was deliberately placed away from other graves. The next step is to try and locate the church where the Dixon Lane woman might have been a parishioner. But the area has changed dramatically with modern development. Looking at the medieval layout of that area might offer up clues. Helen Goodchild helps Charlotte try to zero in on the archaeology around Dixon Lane, where the lost church of St Stephen's is thought to have once stood.
Is there any evidence on early maps, perhaps, of this St Stephen's church?
So in what period are we talking about?
We're talking about
exactly?
12th, 13th, 14th century.
So, well, the earliest map that we do have for York, or that actually shows any kind of real detail for the city itself, is the John Speed map, which is actually much later, but it's about 1610. So this is just the modern Ordnance Survey map, so it's correct geographic coordinates. So if I turn that on here and switch off the Ordnance Survey map, so Clifford's Tower is here. So in the whole castle precinct is here. So just to the east of that is what is probably the area of Dixon Lane.
The map doesn't show a connection with St Stephen's, but there are several other churches within a very close area, several of which have connections with leprosy.
St Mary's, St Margaret's, St Denis and St George's, all are very, very near to each other.
There's a number of saints actually associated with leprosy and the foundation of Leprosaria. George is one of them, but also Giles, Mary Magdalene. There's probably a dozen saints associated with leprosy. Yeah, it is interesting that St George's Church is actually located very close to where we think St Stephen's was and where this lady with leprosy was buried. But what that tells us.
Disease was almost impossible to avoid for everyday people in the Middle Ages. So much so that this influenced attitudes towards life and death.
Now, infectious diseases in the medieval period were clearly feared. We hear of people that ran away from epidemics, so we know that they wanted to live. They didn't all want to die. But we do also know that attitudes to disease in the medieval period were fairly tolerant of death. They understood that death happened. They didn't all expect to live to a ripe old age.
Until relatively recent times, the last 100 or 2 years, your life expectancy was low. So around earlier populations, medieval and prehistoric and so on, they were seeing people dead and gone, their parents, by 30, 40 years of age. And that we can't understand nowadays. We can't really get a feel for that. That life was short for them all. They didn't see many old folk around. Old in the sense of, 80, 90, 100 years of age. A few would, make it, but very few. I think we don't realise how much people of those days were, accepted. Life was short and tough. If you got a serious condition, you accepted death was going to be with you soon.
The church encouraged a fatalistic, yet essentially positive view as to how to live life, knowing that death was never very far away.
The teachings from the church told them that if they did die, so long as they had confessed their sins and lived a good life, it didn't matter that they were going to die because they were going to go to heaven. And in that context, the fear of death was something that we would expect would be very different in the medieval period and much less of a problem than we might expect to find in modern people who may not follow a particular religion and who often fear death as a result because they think the end of their life is the end of everything for them.
On the streets of York, Charlotte finds the spot in Dixon Lane where the woman lay buried for more than 700 years.
Alright, so this is Dixon Lane, where the St Stephen's Church was and where the cemetery was excavated, obviously in advance of these new buildings here. And it's where the lady with leprosy was found. Whether there was actually any hospital nearby where this person had access to treatment is another matter. But she was buried in the normal parish cemetery. But she had bone changes of leprosy. Whether she'd actually been diagnosed with leprosy is another matter. But I would suggest that she was probably accepted in the community as part of that community and was buried in their community churchyard. Perhaps she was a valued member of the community, even though she may have been recognised as having this infectious disease.
It will never be known if the woman buried at Dixon Lane received special care for her leprosy. Yet where she lay was in consecrated ground, in the heart of a city parish, within a short walk of a church whose patron saint was connected with sufferers from that terrible disease. Hers was no exile's burial. She lay at the heart of a community that seems likely to have regarded her plight, at the very least, with compassion. She suffered from one of the worst diseases in human history, and yet she wasn't sent away to die in a closed colony. She was buried in the heart of the society in which she lived, and of which she was a part.
To some degree, they are still here because we still have access to them. Sometimes when they develop a cemetery and they have to clear it, the people have to come up. And us, as distasteful as some people might find it, sometimes it's a necessity. Sometimes these people are found by accident, the skeletons. And we have to do them a service by allowing them to tell us their story. And so finding the evidence of these people brings it all back to life. It brings the evidence back straight towards us and it becomes unavoidable. So therefore we've got the buildings, we've got the people, we've got everything. And this is the medieval world. And it's a privilege to be able to study it.